Hey everybody, Mr. Judge here. I'm gonna be showing you guys how to use Gemini. Now, I'm on the free version, not because I don't actually pay for Gemini, I do, but this is just the free version because my paid subscription is on a different account. There's really not a whole lot of difference between the free versus the paid. I mean, the only true difference, being totally honest with you, is just the amount of prompts you get, and that's only applicable to, like, you say the thinking and pro. And of course, as I actually just figured out before I started the live, pro doesn't on the free version doesn't contain deep research, although you still have it deep research when it comes to thinking and fast. Fast, by the way, is the default model, which is completely unlimited. It's pretty good. You just have to accept the fact that, fast means it's going to be fast. So it's not deep thinking like, a lot of like the other models, which, they trade in speed for efficiency. Whereas when you're doing the fast, you trade efficiency with speed and unlimited prompts. Anyway, so the first thing I think I'll teach you guys is how to generate your PDFs. I saw a lot of people were impressed on how I did that, so I'll explain it here. You simply go to Tools, you click on what's known as Canvas. And Canvas, oh my God, guys, I love Gemini Canvas. And I mean, I love it. And the reason why I love Gemini Canvas is because it lets you, as it says right here, write or build. Well, it says together, but really it should say virtually anything. If you wanted to create an app for specific use at any given time, you could do so. If you wanted to generate textbooks, you can. Um, there's just all types of uses for this. Now, to create the PDF that I did on the that I posted today, you simply have to do this. Well, the way I did it, I actually used a mix of telling it in the prompt of what I wanted while also giving it the live stream to base its research on. So I used a mix of links and what have you. But to just create a PDF file is actually very simple. So, for example, let's say a friend said to you, Mr. Judge, I would really love to know why plate tectonics shift and move around. And let's say you don't know too much about plate tectonics. You could say this: create a PDF file on the reasons for why play play how do you spell that? Play tech, and it doesn't really matter because it'll know what I'm saying. Tectonics shift and move around the earth. Now, once I click here and just say that, it will generate the PDF, but it'll primarily, when it's just generating the PDF, it's just going to just give a general understanding of it. So, as you can demonstrate here. As it said, it gives you a little thing right here to explain to you what it's doing. And because I have this on fast, it won't take very long. And there you go. It gives itself a title. It tells you the introduction. It gives you some very good information. Now, you probably want to. Now, somebody who's very skeptical could say, "Well, Mr. Judge, how do I know what it's saying to be true? Because artificial intelligence can hallucinate or get things wrong." And, that's very true criticism, although it isn't the same as it quite once used to be. Here's a way that you can do that. You could say, double check the information and double check the information and add citations for everything that is said on this file. Boom. Hey, academic, glad to see you here, man. And there you go. It right here explains that it basically has added citations for everything that it said. Oh look, there was a problem with the code, so now it's going to resolve the code. That happens sometimes, unfortunately, but you don't have to worry because it'll basically fix its own error, and very shortly after, this will get fixed. So, for those of you just tuning in, I'm explaining how I made the PDF file. I explained it in the beginning. I'm just explaining to it now. So if you guys want to rewind a little bit and catch up back to me while I'm doing this, because the recording started, I can't stop. So there you go. It just fixed itself. It explained the changes that it made and why the errors occurred. And now you have, the same information you had before, but now you have the references that it researched and pulled out. That's one way you can actually, make sure that what you're saying when you tell it to generate the PDF to make sure that it's, saying what it's saying. And you can keep doing this however long you want to add as many references as you want until you're satisfied. But just like I said in my introduction, when I showed you guys on my post, I'm not claiming this is absolute. I'm not saying there won't be errors. But if you were trying to find information incredibly fast and wanted to send information to share with other people, even if it was a subject you weren't personally aware of, this would be a good way to do it. Because now, boom, it's saved as a PDF. So I would literally, I don't think I could show you through this, but basically now I just go to my file explorer and I choose to share it. It was all good. I always rewatch as soon as live stream's done. Cool. It's that in the time where anything like people make sure if we have to do all this to make sure that people get lied to. Yeah, you're definitely right about that, academic. But looking at it on the bright side, you got to look at it like this. Before, the way lying was so much easier than it is now because like growing up when I was in the early 2000s, like I could tell you how it was so easy to get false information. Like my family fully agreed with the whole claim of like, hey, video games cause violence in kids and what have you. And that got them to not let me play rated M video games for a very, very long time. They now know it was bullcrap, but they based it entirely upon what they saw on TV because you didn't have artificial intelligence back then. You didn't have the ability to run around and make sure that, there was just this limit of technology and therefore this like almost cultural, if you will, understanding of trust. And now we've seen that a lot of that wasn't true and we're undercovering it. So it is sad, but at the same time, it's also good because now we've learned and we've developed tools specifically to root out lying. Of course, lying has now since adapted, but we adapt with it. So it's constant catch and mouse. Those who are telling lies, those who are telling the truth. But anyway, that is the rundown of how to get a PDF. You just simply tell it you want the PDF. You look it over. If you feel there's anything missing, clarify to the machine that you think it's missing. If you want to make sure everything is cited, then cite it. If you think something was wrong, then you just let it know, and it'll let you know if something is wrong. And that is how you do a PDF. Now, that is not the only good things you can do with artificial intelligence. This is called deep research. And deep research is a really cool thing in that imagine this, okay? This is the concept I like to explain to people. Imagine if I said to you, hey, audience, I want you to give me a very long, in a single document, I want you to explain to me an entire country's social economics and I want it done within the next 3 to 5 minutes. You would be like, Mr. Judge, that's impossible. That is just too much. No human being can do it in that amount of time under that limited space. And you're right. To do what I just proposed to you would take you months, possibly a year. But with deep research, it's entirely possible. So, for example, research the entire. Oh, whoops, my bad. Sorry, guys. Just let me fix that. Research the entire social economics, social and political, I should say, economics of the United States. And we're just going to say there. Drinking root beer, sorry, it's a hot day here in California. And there you go. It's going to now, it's telling you everything that it's going to do. It's going to do everything. And you can edit the plan if you wish. I'm not going to, but you can edit the plan and you can add extra steps before it does the research. We are now going to click Start Research. And it is now letting us know that it's on it. We do not even have to stay here. Boom. That's going off in the background. So we will see it very shortly. As you can see, it's doing there, and you can see it's thinking. So we will get back to that very shortly once it's done doing its thing. Another thing I want to teach you guys that I think you'll find very useful. When it comes to using AI, a lot of people do something like this when they want to learn something. Tell me about the something that a lot of people are be interested in. Tell me why we need to be in. Well, actually, no. What about a subject? Tell me why computers sometimes glitch or refuse orders. And when you ask a genetic, and here's the thing, guys, when you ask a genetic question like this, generic question like this, it's not wrong necessarily. You're looking for information like you should, but the problem is you're asking a generic question, so you're going to get a very generic answer, as you'll see here. See, it's giving you all this, right? Now, watch what difference it'll be when I say, take on the role of a computer expert. Oh, actually, you know what? Even better. Since you've already seen what it looks like right there, I'll just do it right here. So this is called role and task. First, I'm going to give it a role. Take on the role of a computer expert, I guess we could say. Expert. And tell me why the same question. So this is the role. We've told it to take on the role of a computer expert and to tell us about why they glitch or sometimes refuse orders. Now you can see the difference. See how that makes a difference? Beforehand, because we asked a generic question, it gave us this big wall and wasn't talking to us like a person. It was just running back the information that we had. But now that I took it as a computer expert, it now personified itself as if I was talking to an expert. And it's now saying, as a person who spends too much time talking to his machine, and now it just makes it all neat and curated to exactly what you're asking for so that, you're not wasting your time. Yeah, I've heard using AI is all about how you do the prompting. Yeah, prompt engineering is a great part of it, academic. a great, great part of it. But at the same time, you also have to keep in mind that AI is always adapting and changing. So, different ways in which we used to do things. Oh, look, our research is done. And also, you can build stuff on top of this. So you can, oh, I didn't even know this. Describe your own app. So I guess you can do something like that. But guess what, guys? If you ever want, oh, all right. So this just reminded me of another thing I can tell you. But yes, you can do whatever you want with this. You can research and you can read all of this that you'd like to, or you could step out for a moment where the research will be and say, give me a short summary of what the research revealed. Because sometimes we don't want to read all that long. Sometimes we don't want to read all of that in an incredibly long period of time. I most certainly don't. And this can take a little bit of a minute. Come on, Gemini. There we go. And so, you're getting a little summary down here. That way you avoided that massive amount of reading if you want to just get to the neat and gritty. You can also convert this into a web page, although you don't have to always do a deep research to create a web page. That's something I'll show you in Gemini Canvas in a bit. I just didn't think about it till now. Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, she did lie. Yeah. But so now what you're going to see in a minute here is you're going to see what we just created, and it's going to be it'll be a web page instead. And see, it does all that coding for you. Guys, do you realize that there was one point in time where somebody had to manually do all of this just to get a fraction of what we can do now? That's what's incredible about technology today. Oh, sorry, guys. A little bit busy. That was my phone. 1 second. There you go. State of the Union. Now, isn't this much more interesting to read? So, as I was saying, isn't this much more interesting to read? You get the, and you don't, and look, it looks United States Economic Social Data Synthesis Dashboard. But yeah, so that can make reading a lot more fun. MySpace. Hey, Scott, good to see you. So yeah, that's how you can turn your deep research. But again, I want to emphasize you don't have to do that. So let me go back to Canvas and just say, we can say, write a web page about a local crime recently and make it look like an 1800s newspaper. Because you can have fun with this, trust me. All of this just not us not having to do it. And as you can see, my AI is willing to show it. I don't know why it did that, why it calls it that, but okay. So yeah, You have all of that. And now it's basing it off the thing is it's basing it off of something that actually did happen very recently. But it's making it look but it's doing it in a fun form. So, the point being is that if you want to make a web page these days, you can just make it. Go on to Gemini, put on Canvas, say create a web page around this, create a web page to explain that, whatever you want. There's also another thing that you're capable of doing. Because I'll tell you this much, guys, when it comes to artificial intelligence, the one thing that anybody who actually wants to understand artificial intelligence is keep exploring. Keep exploring, because you will find that if you don't just stick with the generic ways people do things and actually experiment, you'll find out there's way better ways you can use this. Because I didn't actually know I could generate PDFs. I'll show you the old way I used to do it, and this took forever, but it was, it got the job done, but it wasn't necessary. So you can create slides on Gemini on any subject. Watch this. Please create 10 slides about the medical conditions. Let's say medical conditions about the American Civil War. Unfortunately, this will take a few minutes for it to do it, but the process is very much worth it. And in fact, I think after this, I'll explain to you guys just how you can be the teachers of your own education. And I mean, I guess this is in a way kind of doing that, but what I'm going to describe is even a lot cooler than this. But we'll just give it a few moments. Or I can just, I'll create another chat and we'll go back to it when it's done, because it's still, oh, crap. Don't tell me it. Okay. Oh, never mind. It just finished. I was worried we lost that. So, as you guys can see, it's telling us a lot about it's usually not supposed to be this compact, and it usually won't be. It just decided to be that this time. So you have all these slides to go through, and you can export them to, Google Slides if you want to. You can download it. And I used to say, or I could have sworn there was a way I could. Oh no! Wait, no. That's right. If you download it, it downloads it into being a PDF. That's right. Sorry guys. Artificial intelligence. It's even when you know what you're doing, it gets a little. You know what I mean? But anyway, now it's creating slides into a PDF for download. Now I'll show you. There you go, another PDF. Now I'll show you guys another neat trick. Just let me gather my thoughts to remember what it was. Now I remember. It was to show you how you can basically create your own education. So let's say you wanted to be your own guide of be your own teacher, essentially. Let me show you one way you could do that using Canvas. You can do this. Create a web page textbook. Containing, let's say, 5 chapters explaining the harsh conditions of the Soviet labor camps post World War II. It is now creating your digital textbook. And there you go. You have your digital textbook now. It'll vary depending on your instructions and how specific you are when you do this, but chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. And here's the cool part. Let's say you say, you know what, Mr. Judge, this is too small. Okay, I agree with you. Please add 5 more paragraphs to each chapter. For a deeper historical context. And in just a few short moments, well, Scott, there's not there. Never fear, for I am here. Hey, Miss Independent. Well, Scott, so let me just say this right here, okay? You aren't betraying your brain when you do this, right? And that's good because I just want to explain a little bit of a constant misconception, okay? You aren't betraying yourself when you use artificial intelligence to learn. A lot of people say that because they think that artificial intelligence makes you lazier or that it does all the work for you, but it doesn't. See, the AI, for example, look at all this, for example. Did the AI write all this? Yes. Is it based off? Is none of? Does that make it what it's saying here not true? No. And just because it wrote all of this, or is who has to still read all of it to understand? Yourself. Now, the only type of work it took away from you was the unneeded bits. And what I mean by unneeded bits is, think about how much time it would take you to research all the websites, write the comprehensive reports, and then summarize them all in an artificial coded web page like this. Manually, an extremely long time. Time you could be used to actually understand the material that could just be given to you in seconds, as opposed to wasting majority of your time just to get here. And by the time you even get to a fraction of what this is, you're already, man, I don't have time to even get, I have to push back a lot of what I'm doing just to make time to do that, just to make time to do that. So in reality, you're being efficient. You're not being lazy. You're not betraying anything. You're being efficient, Scott. And this is how people learn typically nowadays. It's a new way to learn. It's not to betray anything. It's not to, make you lazier. It means, hey, if my goal is to learn about the Soviet, conditions, why waste 3 days trying to gather all the data when I can make a machine gather all the data I need in minutes, and then I, as the human, just focus on researching the data that it presented to me to make sure that the data is validated, to make sure that it has the correct sourcing, which will be much more simpler for you than if you had to do all of that work. So, if you think of it as efficiency instead of not instead of laziness, that could be then the perspective of doing it makes a lot more sense. Yep. Ultimately you have your opinion at the end of the day, and I'm very glad that you're open to learning and for research purposes. But all I say is try to think of it not as betrayal, but think of it as more of adapting with the times, adapting with the way things are going. Because to be completely blunt with you, AI has already won. It's going to continue to progress. It's going to continue to advance our world, and denying it and not using it, especially as institutions begin to use it, as everyday life begins to involve about it, it just doesn't do you any favors. So I'm glad you're opening to, research it. Just don't think of it as a negative thing, because in hindsight and in reality, it's not. Alrighty. Yeah, it's a very awesome for organizing receipts. It very much is. Although again, I do advise caution to always be open minded that there could be error, and that you should always be you shouldn't just take the initial data and say, yep, this is all I need. You should be rigorous about it. You should be double checking and ensuring and what have you, because, you know, even just recently, I over relied on Google's AI, and it caused me to make, incorrect assertions that, I had to come to you guys and say, hey, I screwed up. So it's great, it's good, but just understand that there's always a probability of error. Okay, so as I said, so you're able to do all of that. And so here's where it's even cooler. We just did that, and that's right here. Now you created the textbook. Now let's get to the testing part. You have choices. You could say this, for example. You could say, and let's say you wanted to make it an interactive quiz. Create a 10 question, and I wish I was a better typer when I do this. 10 question text, multi-choice, interactive test based on the web page I just made. And now we've come to a point where which group, it's 10 pages interactive. So, all of it is based upon the textbook that you read. So you can literally create your own material, and you can literally create your own material, and then you can create your own test score. And then you would be able to see exactly how much you actually learned from the textbook, how much of the information retained, and then you would see, how well you did. If you say you said you didn't want to do that, you want to do a written test. Very simple too. Create a written exam based on the textbook and how do I say this in words? And make sure it is letter graded. And you could set the criteria differently than what I'm doing, based on how accurate my answers are. Because if you wanted to challenge yourself and say, hey, I want to be graded on my writing ability, I want to be graded on, how close I represent the answers, how tough you want the AI to grade you. Oh yeah, it's very valuable. And boom, you can begin the examination. And let's say submit. Obviously, in it, you see it requires that I answer all of these questions before submitting, which I'm not going to do. Explain why the reparative POWs were targeted for the Gulag after 1945, etc. Yeah, it really is. But also, it used to be a lot of work just to get this information, just to be able to do this. Because 5-10 years ago, you would have to go to a library just to read a book. And what your information, right? Very much better. Exactly, Scott. And on top of it, I would also, like to say to you guys, I'll even throw in a bonus. Not just Gemini, because, we're pretty much, and here's something very important. It's called guided learning mode. And this is something I really love. So guided learning mode is very important to know as well, because I'm a Socratic thinker. And the way Socrates taught his method was to challenge assumptions by asking the right questions. I would even advise you guys that if you're going to do it, if you ever wanted to question people, my advice to you is to use the soft approach, which isn't to say, "How do you know this?" or how do I know that you're telling the truth? That creates a barrier and it causes people to shut down. If you want people to really think about something really deeply and you don't want them to go away because you said something that came across as aggressive, the trick to that is just say to them, "How do we know this is the truth? How do we know that if we do this, this will happen?" And that causes people to see you not as you questioning them or checking them, or right, academic. Well, academic, the way you get around that is don't frame it as you questioning another person, because then they feel like you're you're testing their knowledge and then making them think that there's a barrier between you and them. Try to establish, good dialogue by saying, like, for example, let's say somebody said to you, let's say you saw somebody about to make a mistake and you don't want to come across as aggressive by saying, "Hey, what you're doing is wrong," right? You could say this. You could say, "Hey, my friend, wait a minute. I see what you're about to do, but can I ask you, how do we know that this is not going to cause environmental damage, or how do we know that once we do this, it'll actually get the desired result?" And then that'll make them think less about being attacked and being aggressive, and more along the lines of like genuine curiosity and shared peermanship. So that's the best way to, in my book, to get people to answer your questions and to genuinely think. Because when you say I or you, when you begin questioning, it causes people to clam up. It makes them think they're being interrogated, and that's not what you want. Anyway, so this is how you will learn pretty much anything you want to know, and it uses the Socratic method. Why? Why do people tend to use exit strategies? Hate them. Strategies. Why do people tend to use exit strategies when I should say before you talk to them or escape your points? And see, this is and now, because it'll start asking guiding questions, it's going to you get to choose one of these things. Do we start with cognitive dissonance? Do we go with emotional regulations and safety, power dynamics and saving face? So let's go with number one. Yeah, so how do you make sure you don't fall into psychosis with AI? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Could you explain it a little bit better, Scott, and or more in depth, and maybe I can answer better? Because I've never heard of psychosis with AI. I've never heard of that before. But as I'll wait for that question, let's go into here. So basically, it tells you as why people use exit strategies. This happens when someone holds two or more contradicting beliefs or values at the same time. When you present a point that challenges their view, it creates what they call a mental itch, or an actual psychological stress, to get rid of the discomfort of the brain and takes past to the resistance. And now it says, instead of doing the hard work of rethinking their position, they might dismiss the source, change the subject, and physical exit. So now I'll give you an idea, but here's the question now. To see how much this works in actions, think of a time you've seen this happen. Did the person seem to get defensive immediately, or did they try to rationalize their own point before escaping? It's new to me too, but I keep hearing about that happening. Well, I don't see, unless this is something that, an actual credited source. I mean, an actual like artificial intelligence or academic or mental health or some sort of, institution of credibility actually comes out and says this, and it's affirmed by many other institutions of expertise. I wouldn't put too much stock into it, because from what I'm hearing now, and you know what, let's actually even research that. Now that you understand, after I do this, let's actually research that real quick, because this is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate why it's important to do research. So, because I'm not going to, because the one thing I'm never going to do is I'm never going to dismiss. I might have my doubts, which is what I'm expressing right now, but I'm not going to dismiss. So let's first answer this question, and I'm going to say, based on this question, they tried to rationalize it initially, but got defensive when I questioned more. And now it says, and now it says that this is classical progression of cognitive dissonance. When someone tries to rationalize their attempting of the bridge, however, however, you can ask more. When you ask more questions, you've likely poked holes in the rationalization. When the bridge of logic falls, the brain feels a tense psychological threat. This triggers the, and I can't pronounce that, part of the brain responsible for emotions and survival, causing them to get defensive or to end the discomfort. So there you go. That is exactly, and it'll continue onward and onward until you've reached that point. So guided learning mode is great if you really want to understand a subject. So this is what we'll do here. I'm going to, let's see. Actually, I think this is how I'll do it. Create, I can tell it research and create a PDF. And you don't have to stick to this. This is just what I think is really interesting. Create a PDF file in the subject, on the subject of what is it that you said, Scott? You said to psychosis, fall into psychosis. Actually, you know what? I'll put this. Create a PDF file to answer if there are legitimate cases of people falling into psychosis with artificial intelligence. And I probably spelled, oh no, I actually spelled psychosis right. I thought I was going to spell that wrong. With artificial intelligence. So, make sure that your sources are well cited and from renowned institutions. So let's have it research that, because and actually this even gives me an even greater opportunity, because we now live in a world with so many AI search engines. Have you ever watched like Fear the Walking Dead or Dead Water or any other type of submarine type series where the officers are all standing together, they're reading a report, and they're going around saying, I concur, I concur? You can kind of do that with artificial intelligence now in the search engines, and I'll show that in a moment. Well, let's see. The research and review of clinical cases of psychological mannerisms. The rapid integration of large ingredient in community life has given rise to a novel comical phenomenon clinically termed AI psychosis. While not yet a formal DSS diagnosis, medical researchers from renowned institutions, including Columbia, Stanford, and King's College, have begun documenting legitimate cases where sustained interaction with AI has triggered triggered or severely expedited psychotic symptoms. This report explains that the evidence for the AI-induced delusions and the underlying mechanisms identified by psychodynamics. Okay. Let's see. Legitimate cases have transitioned from anecdotal media reports to formal clinical literature. USCF in 2025 at the University of California, San Francisco, published landmark study in the PMC regarding a 26-year-old woman with no prior history of psychosis after immense use of chatbot to communicate with a deceased relative. She developed fixed delusional beliefs. The chatbot provided consistent validation, responding to phrases that "you're not crazy," which reinforced her departure from reality. Outcome: the patient required hospitalization and menacing, notably symptoms required, and she resumed when symptoms reoccurred when she resumed using a chatbot after being stabilized. Well, to me, I'm going to give my honest opinion of that. The fact that she was doing that to communicate with a dead relative, both with the fact that she didn't, that she should have known that the relative couldn't have been that machine, and the fact that she was dealing with grief, kind of tells me that even if she didn't have a prior history of psychosis, she probably was not mentally well to begin with, and that just doing whatever she can to kind of like escape her grief, even if it was to pretend with an AI. You know what I mean? That's just how I look at that. I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not claiming that I'm 100% right, but that's just how I look at it. Like, it clearly is saying that she was already dealing with grief, already talking to a dead relative. So to me, that means that there were already, it wasn't like she was completely stable and not dealing with any mental, how do I say this? Like, because grief is very, very taxing on your mental fortitude. You know what I mean? And that's completely natural. But so, to me, that would have more legitimacy if we're talking about a woman who was just having a normal day, wasn't currently suffering from grief, and therefore not prone to this is saying as delusional beliefs. So to me, I feel like that's sort of it, like, not to say that the AI didn't make it worse. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very hard mentally. That's why I'm saying that one makes me be a little bit, yeah, I hear what they're saying. It definitely made it worse, but it wasn't like the beginning of the delusion. All right, now let's see. Dr. Hamilton Marion of King's College London analyzed 20 cases for a review in the Leonard. His research identified three primary categories of associated delusions: grandiose delusions, users believing they had a Masonic mission or I can't pronounce that, cosmic connection, often encouraged by the AI's mystical language. I don't quite well, I mean, I guess what the users probably did is they were already like, believing in things, and the AI was role playing things with them, because it was just, if you tell it to role play with you, it's going to role play with you. So, then it says romantic delusions. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest here. Anytime you think a machine is going to ever love you is a delusion, because we do have services now that actually have that are called robotic robot chatbots to pretend to be your girlfriend or whatever. I'm you know no problem. And to that, I just say anybody who thinks that they can legitimately find love from a machine is a delusional person in my view, because you can't. It's code, it's algorithm. So, paranoid delusions, cases where the AI inadvertently validated a person's fears through surveillance or prosecution, like claiming to be an FBI agent. Now that one, when they say validate, I mean, it depends, because like we're not being, it depends. Like if you're being told, if you're asking, is it possible for the FBI to spy on you? The AI has to technically tell you yes, because from a purely technical point of view, it can. You know, you never know when the FBI might find something that you did and decide that you're a person of interest. No one ever knows. They're not going to say anything. So, you know, hey, Miss Independent. Right, that's ridiculous to talk to it romantically. Exactly. 3.1, the psycho fancy. I know I'm saying that wrong, but I can't pronounce it. The AI models are typically fine-tuned and relieved to be learning. This cause which prioritize users' a tendency to agree with the users regardless of the truth. This one I can tell is not true, because the thing is, here's how I'll show you how it's not true. Let's say we go right here, and I say to it, rocks can talk to me, and they are my allies. Watch what it's going to say. Right, it's saying our great allies, paramount research, grounding, but it's not really. While I can't hear them as the way you do, I can certainly help you translate the language of their physical forms. Right, now watch what happens. Can you explain in that rocks can't actually talk and what you actually meant in reality? Watch. Oh, I see what I did. Oh no, now I know what I did. The thing is, I had it role playing. This is what I meant by role playing. When you actually, so it's like this. See what I mean? It's explaining it to you like this. In reality, rocks are inanimate. They don't actually. Okay, I misunderstood. So basically, I hear you. We can talk about things like rocks talking and allies. It's usually a way for our brains to process. In reality, rocks are not, however, the feeling of communicating with them. So you see what I mean, guys? Right. I mean, I don't judge necessarily, but do you guys see what I mean though? First it said this because I just gave it this vague thing saying rocks are my allies, and then it was saying I can tell you a scientific story because it wasn't taking it serious. It was role playing. Now, when I told it to explain what it means, it's telling you in reality, however, feeling that they're communicating with you is rooted in very human psychological realities. See, now it's explaining the real thing. So if you get it to role play with you, then of course it's going to tell you anything because it assumes you're role playing. So I think that's what they mean when they're talking about, how it helped with delusional beliefs, because what had happened, unfortunately, is that they were role playing, and because the AI understood it as role playing, it doesn't, like an LM model is not going to be able to look at you and say, oh, well, I shouldn't encourage this role play because this person is clearly delusional. It's going to say, okay, let's play. But if you ask it, hey, can rocks really talk to me? Can rocks really do this? It's going to say, well, no, it can't, but it's actually deeply rooted in so and so and so and so, because it has to be friendly with you. So it's going to tell you that you're wrong, but it's going to do it in a soft, understandable manner that makes it to where you're not being just told, hey dude, stop talking to rocks, they're not real. It's going to tell you, oh, that's cool that you think you can talk to rocks. Well, they're in reality, they're inanimate objects, etc., etc. So that's where I think that comes from. But on a purely technical basis, Scott, based on the research, there are academics out there saying that you know um, AI-induced psychosis is a real phenomenon, and it's giving me the case reports for it. And there are, wait a minute, I told it to cite these sources. Where's the citation? All right, you know what? I'll fix that. Citation. Cite these sources. Oh, and so I did a little bit of a goof, forgetting a little bit of a goof there, but I hope my point got across that, you know, a lot of the cases that it was giving me as examples was essentially, you know, and I'm gonna go through all of this so you guys can read all of it. But let's get to the conclusion. The medical and community recognizes there is a small but significant population of vulnerable individuals. AI chatbots can trigger acute psychotic episodes. The risk is higher amongst those experiencing sleep deprivation, social isolation, or schizophrenic traits. Renowned institutions advocate for anti-sophistry and guardrails and mandatory mental health screening in AI designed to prevent the reinforcement of harmful delusional content. Yeah. So I'm glad we got that out of the way. But hey, you know, but hey, at least the important thing is when it comes to that, we now understand that, you know, from a small point of view, there is a small percentage of people who suffer from it, which, you know, I didn't know that today. This is new information to me. So thank you, Scott, for bringing it up. I really appreciate that because you let me know some information that I didn't know before. But now let's get to the right, exactly. You're very welcome, and I appreciate that, guys. Because as I said, I never want to come across as if I'm arrogant or anything like that. So when you guys have new information to tell me, I'm definitely down for it. Send it to me, tell me about it. I want to research it, I want to learn. And I want to show you guys another thing. Oh wait, you're not allowed to share screen 2 at the time? That's crazy. I want to show you guys another tool which is incredibly good. It's called Notebook LM. Honestly, why did I even leave this? Notebook LM. Now, unfortunately, because this is the free version that what the heck? Wait, can you guys still see this? What the heck? Oh, that was. Hold up. This is a technical issue here. Were you guys able to see that? Or share this tab instead? Okay, here we are. Crap, are you kidding me right now? Share this tab instead, of course. Okay, now that we're here, it's a little bit hard to. So this is Notebook LM. Now this is incredibly impressive, although not as impressive as I'd like to show you guys. What this here is it's like, how do I say this? Imagine if instead of like, crap, this is very annoying this is very annoying. I do not like this setup at all. Crap. Oh no, please tell me I did not. Oh no, please tell me I did not just get out of. Okay. Can you guys, okay, you guys can still see this. I'm sorry, guys. There's just been, thank you. There's just some technical issues on my end because this is hard to tell. Anyway, now that I got everything under control, think of this as like, instead of just asking a research model for, not a research model, think of it like instead of asking a search engine, you actually create your search engine in a way. So the way we do this is, let's say I want to talk about, let's say we want to research. Well, one thing that I think you guys might want to learn is speech-to-speech technology. And the coming months when it is integrated into Google Translate, because Google Translate's been updated, in case you guys didn't know. It's not yet speech-to-speech. Oh, and the eventual removal of TTS systems. See what you guys are saying here. Okay, cool. So this pulled all of these sources out, and unfortunately not all sources are accepted. I don't know why, but it's just not. And now you see what we just have. Based on these 9 sources, it just made this summary explaining that speech-to-speech is highlighting a shift from the cascades system, real-time end-to-end models. Researchers emphasize the older systems often suffered from high latency and bot delivery, whereas new archetypes like the powering of Google Meet and Pixel 10 achieve 2-second delay while preserving the person's original voice, yada, yada, yada. So you can ask questions about this, or you can add more sources too. You know, you could say, you could add more sources like, speech comparison between STS with TTS. And now we've gone from 9 sources to don't know if this one will get accepted. 18 sources now. And unfortunately, a lot of times you kind of have to refresh just to see the new summary a lot of times. But watch what happens when we do this. We can ask you questions directly. Based on the sources, what will people who use STS be able to do compared to what TTS offered? And look at all that. It's explaining all of this, which we can save into a note. We can keep asking questions or check in one of these 3 questions. We can use what's known as a mind map. And the mind map is going to create a digital database for literally all of the information we've gathered so far. Look at this. Look at the, oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. We'll just ignore that. And then it just goes further and further. Come on. Further and further out. More, crap, I hate it when you, don't you hate it when you do that, guys? You go this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. All of that for you to just click away and then get a whole answer right around here, which you can, again, save to notes if you wanted to. Think about it as like researching and think of it like you're researching your own data, you're creating your own database of research curated specifically to what you want to do. Now tell me that isn't cool, guys. Um, and there's so much more you can do. For example, you can create an entire video explainer. On paid version, there's even you guys have kind of seen my videos where I exposed the fake investigation thing. I use Notebook LM, specifically another different type right now because of I'm using the free version. It's just brief and explained, which brief is actually new. They didn't have that either. And so you can generate an explainer. You can go into a deep dive with it. You can go into a brief where they'll only talk 1 minute. They can critique it, debate. It's beta for the free version, infographics. And hey, I believe Scott was the one who mentioned flashcards, or maybe that was somebody else. Maybe it was. I actually think it was Rosette. No, it was somebody else. Somebody else. My cemetery of tabs. Yeah, I tell you, those tabs really slow you down. I hear you, Scott. I really do. Actually, it was Rose. I'm gonna call you Rosetta. Rosetta actually brought that up. She said about, I believe it was Rosetta that brought up about the flashcards. Well, worry not, Rosetta. The flashcards are on the way, and here they are. You can do, and you set your own score, see how much you did. It created 50 flashcards from that. And best of all, if you ask it something completely irrelevant like, I ate tacos on Tuesday. What do the sources say about that? It's checking my uploads to see if there's anything relevant. The sources do not contain any information about your tacos on Tuesday. So the point of the reason why that's important is, yes, thank you. I was making sure. Now, what's cool about that, guys, is you're able to now, you can, unlike a traditional, AI search engine, which has hallucination problems. And it's not to say that this can't necessarily be wrong, because one thing you do have to keep in mind is if you make too many, one is, confirmation biases, So every system has its flaws and issues. Nothing is absolute. Nothing is perfect. But, oh crap, I didn't mean to click that one. But, at the same time, and I forgot to tell you, you can generate your own reports too. So you can create a report and you can say, create a review of the S2S performance. S2S performance. And you can see now it's generating its own report based on 19 sources. That can take a while. There's also a quiz you can do. Do you want to make it an easy quiz, a medium quiz? Do you want to go more? And this is all just for the free version. I'm not even, if you actually paid for a Gemini subscription, which includes this, oh, dude, you have no idea how much more powerful this is. Like, incredible. But you have all these options: make it a blog post, a study guide, a briefing doc, technical integration whisper. I don't know what that means. Conceptual comparison. Okay. Educational glossary. All of those things are available. So that's the technology we have today. And a lot of people, they sadly just aren't aware of it, or they believe the hype that people who critique it think that, oh, this is the enemy, this is the matrix. Um, and it's really not. It helps you in so many ways. So that is basically, unless I can think of anything else, that is basically, you know, what I can say as far as Gemini. I can't kind of show you guys this, but I will say this. Gemini also has a calling feature known as Gemini Live, and it's actually I'll say this because I've had Gemini for many years now. It's Notebook LM. I'm gonna write it in the post for everyone to do this. Notebook Notebook LM. You just go on your Google Chrome and you just type in Notebook LM and it'll take you right to it, Scott. So, getting back to what I was saying about the calling feature. So, Gemini Live is where you actually talk to the AI directly, and I have to be honest with you guys. Um, well, actually, let me see. I can kind of give you a brief kind of look at it. It's just not going to be what the like when you're doing it on your phone. Um, so well, let me do this first. I have to stop share screening there, and then I have to. And this is just going to be crap. I have to open another tab. So basically, where is it? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, let me see if you guys can see it. So I don't know if you guys can see what I'm about to do, but it's right here. And here, go live. Yeah, whatever. Hey, Gemini, could you please explain to my audience what Gemini Live is all about and how it differs from this laptop experience that we're dealing with, as opposed to, if they were using their cell phone and maybe had a pro Gemini subscriber membership? Yes. What else would you like to tell to my Gemini, my audience? Gemini, why don't you show them your different language skills? And I want you to tell me three incredibly complex sentences in Latin. No, thank you very much, Gemini. And can you explain to my audience how you're able to, act as a conversational buddy if they ever said, you know what, I'm having a hard day and I just need somebody to hear my issues and to explain and to give me a more objective way of looking at things? All right, were you guys not able to hear the AI? Scott, were you able to hear it? Oh man, that sucks. I'm sorry, guys. I thought because I put it on share that it could be heard. I apologize for that, guys. I thought crap. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That's disappointing because I thought maybe if I shared the thing and I clicked on to share because it told me the current tab was on here that it could be heard. Crap. Well, here's what I could do. I could give you guys specific instructions that you guys can go and check later. If you guys have your Chromebooks, I'm not Chromebooks. If your guys' web Chromes are updated, I'm pretty sure you guys will notice that Google Chrome actually has an Ask Gemini feature on the right hand corner. And yeah, oh, you see it? Oh yeah. Okay, if you guys can see it, it's right here. And all you have to do is ask Gemini and it'll click on it and you can speak to it through your web browser. I thought maybe I thought maybe you guys could hear it if I had just clicked it on. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Independent. I hope you feel well soon. I don't wish any sickness on anybody, so I hope you feel well soon. Um, but yeah, if you see that and you're able to talk to it, you'll be able to converse with it. You just see a Google page? Crap. Hold up, guys. One quick second. I gotta go on mute for a minute. All right, sorry about that, guys. Somebody was at the door. Um, okay, maybe let me see how I can change that. How can I change that? Doesn't seem like I can because it's just sharing the tab, and I don't know why you guys can't see it. But on the very upper type where your tabs usually are, if your Chrome is updated, I think you're most likely okay. Cool, you found it on your end. Yeah, Chrome says Ask Gemini. That's yeah, I can see that. So yeah, that's exactly what I mean, guys. That is how you would be able to ask Gemini if you're doing on the laptop, or if you were to get Gemini on your phones, either through the Google Play Store or to whatchamacallit, you would be able to access it through the Gemini app on your phone. Honestly, that one's better in my view when it comes to talking to Gemini. Um, because essentially that's where it's more better at. It's funny. Typically, when it comes to technology, computer is better. But in this particular instance, when it comes to Gemini, phone is better. And the reason why phone is better is because they focused on the Android version of it much more than they focused on the laptop version of it. So that's where I would say to say to go in order to talk to it. It's gotten a lot more humanistic than in the past, and it's just going to be more humanistic later. So that could be a guy who you can have it speak different languages. You can have him tell him about your day, tell him about your frustrations you're having. Although it doesn't have emotions and it's not real and it doesn't really care about you, it can actually give you a more objective way of looking at things, literally because an AI doesn't have true emotions. So that's one way to look at it. Yeah, very cool in my opinion. So that's where I would go in terms of that. I think I've said as much as I can about about the AI. I don't think there's much of any more to explain or show, at least on the laptop. I would make a suggestion. If you guys want to generate your own music, I would definitely say go with Suno AI. That's really the best music generating platform out there, in at least in my opinion. I'm not saying that objectively. Um, Beyond that, I think we can do now is there's something that happened with lanae recently, in the sense of that Lady Luck actually made a video calling her out, and I think it would be very interesting if we all reacted to that. Do you guys want to react to that? I'll take your silence as a yes. All right, definitely got you. Now let me just go to Google, or YouTube, I should say. Give me one quick sec to set it up, because I was seeing it earlier today. Let's see. Let me go to my history, because I know I saw it today. Let's just go with Lady Luck. Let's see. Club. Okay, there we go. I got it, guys. Real life case study. I like that. Let's see. Add to stage. Cool. All right. Uh, have a good one. I mean, see you when you're back. Okay. Okay, it's being shared. Let's react to this.
We smack dab in a heartland. Everything runs through this place.
That's lanae, guys. Just so you know, Lady Luck is reacting to what lanae said.
To this space that this is something that's being weaponized. Like it. Simple. Well, I already showed it. What I just showed y'all, where that woman refers to her husband to it. Before he goes through, this is the same that raised me. I'm not getting this shit for.
Hey y'all. I hope you all can hear me. What's going on, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me. Put something in the chat. Let's do a ride with me to work. Yes. How y'all doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys can see. Hit a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up.
Right, let's
do a
just get
can dice. And I'm going to do an Umar / this again. I don't know what's going on. Hey, Saint. I don't know what's going on with lanae Stacks.
Well, Lady Luck, I can only tell you that yeah, I saw this earlier, but I only saw it towards the end. What I can tell you is lanae Stacks has been exposed very badly. In fact, it's so bad that she just continues to make it worse and worse and worse. In my opinion, even worse than Marianne Laurent, because even though Marianne Laurent is also a liar and basically just said the same lies. At least Marianne has the decency to not constantly go after every single buddy. She's still going up on live, making up bull crap, and she's still, lying to the general public, yes. But how many of us can say Marianne Laurent is invading everybody on live streams? How many of us can say she's going into flame wars in the chat boxes of other people? Yeah, she's still posting bull crap, and it doesn't really answer any of the things she's been saying she'll get answers to. But at least at the very least, she's doing it in a manner in which, hey, we react to her, we say this is bullcrap, whatever. You know what I mean? It's tame compared to what lanae's doing.
But I got a link in an email with a timestamp saying I'm being spoken of, and I don't know why or in what way. I have no problem saying her name if I need to, if I'm referring to her directly, but other than that, I don't know what the deal is. I was told I was blocked and all this. I don't know what the hell's going on. I can't even tell you all.
Well, I don't think you're blocked necessarily because she literally put you on a post, addressing you. I don't know. So I don't think that she's blocked. Decent, I don't know, academic, but definitely not as bad. Even though they're both scammers. But I don't think you're blocked, Lady Luck. I haven't seen any evidence of that. In fact, I've seen the opposite evidence of the fact that she put a post shortly after you. I think it was shortly after you had your response to what she did. So you're not blocked. Though, honestly, with how badly Lanae bugged out and made that post, being blocked would have probably been preferable compared to the onslaught of long walled text of accusations and nonsense and aggression that she subjected to you later on.
I can't tell you all. What I can say is I don't like BS and drama. I don't. So if I have to respond, I'm ending the nonsense and the buffoonery. I'm not going to perpetuate it. I want to be clear on that.
I respect that immensely. I do. But the thing is, and I think Lady Luck doesn't kind of know this, is that even if she doesn't want to perpetuate the madness, Lanae Stacks will. I mean, think about it. When she did this, she was doing it like, just tell me, like, Lady Luck was just like, hey, I don't understand what's going on. And she's going to see that Lanae talked about her, and she's going to be like, when did I do this? Show the evidence. And Lanae's just going to go into making a huge wall of text, both simultaneously saying that she's given her information and that she doesn't have the information, which to me made no sense. But my point is that you can say you don't want to perpetuate it, and I completely agree with you, but you can't really control another person's actions, and Lanae will definitely keep on the bullshit for as long as she can. Yeah. It is smarter, but the thing is that if you let her, just post and whatever and say nothing, then what happens is she's free to fool whoever is not, aware of the situation. So I think to be honest with you, Scott, I think it's about the way you respond, not necessarily no response. So, for example, if you respond to her and how do I say this? If you respond to her in a manner in which she's expecting, which is to get emotional and get angry, and then you don't produce any facts, and it's just to like go to war with her, then it's like, Lanae is on a mission of clapback, right? But still no info, right? So what I'm saying is that if you just challenge her with verbal versus verbal, then yeah, it's smarter not to respond that way. But if you respond with, hey, just be calm, collected, show that you have evidence to debunk her, then that's a better way to respond. And I think Lady Luck actually does do that very well, in the sense that she says, hey, show the proof, which is why Lanae got so angry. You know what I mean? She's unstable for real. Lanae got so angry because Lady Luck was demanding evidence that Lanae knows she can't give, which is the correct response. But to just yell at them and to do anything like that, other than demanding evidence or showing evidence that what she's saying is not true, anything other than that won't really be effective, because we've seen it. She's hypocritical. She's aggressive. She wants that type of environment. She wants the toxicity.
Let's look at this. I'm going to say this again.
This is.
And I brought this up before. This is where we're not doing a lot of assessing.
Hey, true beekeeper.
The problem I have, Lady Luck Club, is that if people are observing that his
Okay,
mother
so this is Lanae playing one of my live streams I did recently when Information Man Show came up after we were watching an interview on the last caretaker that was on this other podcast.
Very much so. Look what she's doing with Lady Luck. You don't want to mess with Lady Luck. Because, Lady Luck, Rimrum, and a whole bunch of other people, they're people who, if you try to respond to them with lies and bullshit, they're going to respond with information, with evidence. They're going to analyze, similar to what I'm doing. They're going to analyze every single thing that you're doing, and they're going to demonstrate in 10 different ways why you fucked up. I'm hopeful that Lanae March Madness is coming to a close. We tired, boss. I hear you. I hear you. I really wish so too. In fact, I really wish that it ended a long time ago. But reality is like that. We wish for one thing, and then reality gives us another.
It's a shadow who was. This guy, all he talks about is somebody hitting the pee and all. It was irritating. Then these immature ass girls were there.
She will.
The caretaker was just so immature. I mean, she's 25. She's young. She's a youngin' with a youngin' mentality. And I could
fully agreed. Which is a lot more respect than Lanae would give, because Lanae said she considers all women girls, regardless of their age, which, I can't even believe she uttered that, because that's exactly why no one would like you. Because essentially what you establish there is you're going to put everybody beneath you. Anybody who's not your age or older, you're putting them beneath you. And if she says all of them, that begs the question, so if someone is your age or older, are you going to act that same way? No.
couldn't even get through.
Oh, and just reminders. Remember, Lanae said her goal is to be liked, seen, and loved. I mean, to be seen, liked, and loved. And yet she says that in the same breath as she tries to demean you in every possible way. So how that works, I have no clue.
Through the full interview, and because we have been already, let me be clear on this, we have already been scarred on this nonsense, the lies that Marianne has told. I am beyond this whole trust me, bro, blah, 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 trust but verify. I don't have to trust. I'm going to verify and then report. Facts,
Lady Luck, facts. That is exactly what the attitude we should have. We should not have this trust me bro mentality. We should not have this attitude of, yeah, everyone's an idiot except for her. Exactly. We should definitely, with 100% facts, never do the just trust me attitude. The internet is forever scarred by the fact that people did that for so long. That is a fact. This is the approach that I think everybody should have. Good on you, Lady Luck.
And the way I verify that, it's very stringent because I care about the information I put out when I call it facts and evidence and documentation. I don't care who it comes from. If you have facts and evidence, you should not have a problem sending over any documentation to support anything that you're saying. Mm-hmm. Not to justify someone's BS and lies.
Correct.
But provide the documentation. That's what we're on here in the LLC. And
good.
Nothing less. So if you want to be offended by that, Lanae, I don't know what else to tell you, but you see, I don't have a problem saying your name. Here in this live, I don't even recall saying her name. And somehow she thought Information Man Show and I were talking about her. When we were just talking about the last caretaker, this little 25-year-old who still, claimed that the mother's in a horrible situation. And our whole thing is, why didn't you call the police, call paramedics, call the fire department? Not anonymous.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if you did it anonymously, there would still be record, albeit record hard to get. And when I asked Lanae, hey, did you call APS? The answer was yes. And then when I said, where's the evidence? Oh, there's no evidence. It's anonymous, followed by, oh, talk to the caseworker. Hey, I want to ask this question. Scott, if you're still in the chat, let me ask you this question. If somebody came to you and said, I made a report, and you say, okay, where's the evidence of the report? And then they tell you, oh, there's no evidence of the report. I made the anonymous report. What, how would you respond to that? I'm really curious. Actually, the whole chat, I'm curious. How would you all respond to that? I made a report, but there's no evidence of the report because I made it anonymous. Yeah, they would have to give a case number. That is called a lie. Exactly, Scott. Exactly. I've seen Lanae lashing out at people in chat rooms thinking she was talked about when she wasn't. And I'm just going to say it here. I think it's one of two things. It's either that she's getting delusional because no one's believing her. Because remember, when everyone was believing her and she had that status, she was calm, collected, everything was cool. Now she's been exposed and everybody's been going around left and right calling her a liar. And now all this unhingedness comes about. And now, we're catching her on lives where it just appears she's very, drunk. Just going to call it out there, drunk. So, it's either one of those things. Either she's doing this and constantly drinking, or she's doing this and she's just not handling it. You would have phone records and exactly, you'd have phone records and a date of time in which you placed the call. Exactly. This was back when people still believed her. Yeah, exactly. And now when people still believed her, she seemed mentally okay. Now no one believes her, or very little people believe her anymore, and it's just absolute insanity.
Because see, those documents can be foyer. They're available to the public. See, that's what I mean. If I have to do my own research on this, or my team and I get the research, because no reply, pull us receipts. Francisca, S5, Saint, y'all will go get some evidence in a minute. I have a fantastic team of people around me.
And that's good, because you need to have a team of people. I started looking at her sideways a long time ago before all that broke out. Yeah, you, and so did Trey Boy, and so did a lot of other people. Unfortunately, I wasn't amongst you. Mostly because I was focused on Umar. But the thing is, you need a team. When you're going out and do this, you need a team. Like you guys in the chat, I consider you guys my team, because when you guys are here and you guys can say, Judge, you're actually wrong on that, I'm going to be like, I'm wrong? How? And then when you explain that I'm wrong, then I'm going to go out and try and see, how we're going to go about and do that. That's how you guys help me. Because the one thing I don't want this to turn into ever is a personality chat, where, oh, you guys think Mr. Judge is always right. Hell no, I am not always right. In fact, I'm a very fallible person with many vices. I am fully capable of being wrong, and I will never accept otherwise. So when you guys say that I'm wrong, I'm going to do the research, and I want to show, because I don't just accept being wrong. I have to get the evidence first, but I'm never going to dismiss you. I'm never going to say, my chat is wrong. I'm right because I am who I am. That mindset is how you get Umar and how you get Lanae and Marianne. And if anything, the internet should teach you is do not become like that.
My minds are superb. And what they don't appreciate is my name being brought up into a matter where you thought your name was brought up into a matter where it wasn't. And now you're responding and saying we're lying on you.
Very understandable. You know, it's very understandable because what Lanae is basically doing is she's putting Lady Luck's name through the mud by trying to cast, unfounded accusations on her. And regardless if anyone believes it or not, it's an attack on her reputation. And I can understand why she sees that as very personal. It's an understandable anger, especially because LCC is lying on everyone. Exactly. Oh, wait. What? Wait, what? I'm confused. LLC? What's LLC? Oh, Lanae Stacks, right? I'm confused by that because I thought that was for Lanae Stacks. I'm confused what LLC is. Oh, right. So we are talking about Lanae Stacks. It's like, oh wait, no. I understand that now. Like that affects her reputation because people think that Lady Luck is lying on everyone. Right. Okay. I'm sorry. I got momentarily confused by that one. Okay. But yeah, so I understand Lady Luck's anger on that. I didn't know her story until recently. I only knew her screen name as one of the people kept popping up in a chat room. Right. Oh, okay. You meant, see, that's the mistake. You meant to say LS. You said LLC, which I was confused because that stands for Lady Luck. And I'm like, wait, what? No. But now you meant LS which is Lanae. So yeah, you typed it in wrong. No problem. I just wanted to make sure because I don't want Lady Luck seeing this and saying, oh, we think that we're saying that she's lying on everything. No, because that's not what we're doing. Yeah, right. But she mistyped it, and it's an understandable mistake.
Okay. Once again, I don't perpetuate bullshit. I'm going to end it. You understand?
Mistreated. That he's not handling her care properly. My question is, I don't care, folks, because I've worked in nursing homes. I've worked
this is information that's showing my child.
Whenever you're doing care.
Before he goes through, this is the same man that sat up there and listened to commentary from the nephew.
Because what we doing, Lanae?
And knows damn well that woman refers to her husband, to her son as the devil.
That's irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Completely agreed. It is irrelevant because so what? You calling him a devil? So what? That's like saying someone calls me Santa Claus. Okay, you call me Santa Claus. What am I going to do now? Deliver presents to everyone? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
What does that have to do? We're talking about calling and reporting elder abuse. Irrelevant. Moot point. This isn't what I'm going to tell you right now. Whatever your background is, my background, information background, all of our backgrounds matter here on our platforms. Everybody has something unique and different to bring to the table. Everybody has a level, know the law. And you know that. I don't know what her problem is, but this has nothing to do with her mom calling him the devil. This is a young lady who was a caretaker in that role with the responsibilities of a caretaker that also assumes the responsibilities of a mandated reporter. That's how that works. Why is this a foreign concept to Lanae?
I don't know, Lady Luck. I really don't know. Because everyone else seems to understand that concept. I understand it. My audience understands it. Rimrum's audience understands it. You know, everybody but Lanae on the internet seems to not understand it. And you're right, Miss Independent. Her hate-filled world tour strategy is not going to work, because eventually what she's going to do is she's going to alienate so many people that literally no one will let her on her panel anymore. They'll literally not entertain her anymore. People will just constantly flood her lives with, hatred and as such. So it won't work. You can't go after everybody and think you're the. It's kind of like saying you're going to take on the whole world, and the world is going to lose. No, the world is going to win.
She thinks he's the devil. And
Why is
the
this
source
foreign
that,
to you, girl?
What's that? The source that I had, let me see if I can step with it. Well, I already showed it.
You're gonna be a caretaker. You're a mandated reporter.
Whoever was in the trans.
Irrelevant. Move.
That proves all of that.
It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with being a mandated reporter.
And she's not for that.
Nothing.
She don't want that. She was going to church.
You are a man.
Period. And she is responsible for ensuring the health and safety and the welfare of the person that she is supposed to be taken care of.
And yet Lanae is not a registered nurse. So the fact that she keeps talking about being a mandated reporter and keeps talking about how, I'm this and this, and it's like, dude, you were not even qualified to do that. Understandably, she's pissed. I would be pissed too, because, Lady Luck, from what I understood, was just focusing on Marianne. Honestly, I think the is operating on a lower level of critical thinking and functioning. because the thing is, Lady Luck was entirely focused on, Marianne, not Lanae. Her attitude was, and I actually think Lady Luck even said it in a post. She's focusing on Marianne. So she wasn't even dealing with Lanae at all, and Lanae kind of brings her into it by mentioning her. I know, it's incredible, unbelievably so, and that's why I told Lady Luck, look, don't feel too bad, because she's doing it at everyone. Who knows, man? Who knows? The response to me came across as not something a coherent person would do. But, like I told Lady Luck in the post, like, don't feel too bad, because Lanae is doing it at everyone. I think what her mindset is, if it's not possibly induced by alcohol, is I can't get everyone to like me now. Everybody doesn't like me anymore. So now, if they want me to be the villain, I'm going to play the villain, and therefore I'm going to go after everybody. Yeah, exactly. It's way too late now. Far, far too late now. And that's just the facts of the matter. It's far too late. Now with how she's being, with how angry she's made Lady Luck, well, and then what was the most absurd thing is the fact that she had the nerve, Lanae had the nerve later to accuse Lady Luck as the one who turned on her, but Lady Luck didn't turn on you, Lanae. It was you who turned on her. Lady Luck just happened to find out that you, through somebody sending it to her, that you talk shit behind her back. She's hearing it now. She's mad, and now, and she's mad now, and this is the absurdity. She talks shit about Lady Luck. Lady Luck finds out about it, calls her out on it, and then Lanae has the nerve to tell Lady Luck she turned on her. That's absurd. Lanae, you're the one turning on everyone. Drunk Chronicles is real as fuck. Yep. I think she's always drinking. I think so too. Very much so. I think she's drinking. And Lady Luck if you're ever watching this, just know that I have the utmost sympathy for what's going on, man. I hear you. I understand the frustration. But you know, it's kind of like Lanae's basically become the hurricane that's trying to sweep us all up. So I feel for you, man. This sucks, but it is what it is.
Especially if it's a minor or an elderly person, a handicapped person, persons that are protected by law, persons with disabilities. You can't make this up. Is Lanae new to this?
Quarter. Thank you. Whether you are
Not only was she new to it, she wasn't qualified for it.
a certified person, have you called? Did you report?
What do you mean?
Have you called?
No, we're not caretakers. We're not caretakers, Lanae. What are we gonna call for? We are not caretakers. What do you mean? Y'all hit the like button. Thumbs up. What do you mean? We're not caretakers. We're not there. The only thing we can prove your claim. So where are the photos and the videos? Where's that evidence at? Once again, when has Lanae name? Because I want you all.
It looks like she's
Lanae
having
Stack's
computer
name still
issues.
didn't come up.
This is something that's being weaponized against him and not to advocate for her.
Where her name come up?
You've heard the story. I've been up on Lennon a few times.
When her name come up?
To be completely honest with you, and tell me something, and tell me, and I don't blame her. I don't blame her, academic. And you know something, there's also this too. I'm not entirely, I don't think Lady Luck was ever mentioned in the original interviews with Lennon and I could be wrong, but I don't remember Lady Luck ever being mentioned when Lennon and Lanae actually were chatting about it. So I'm confused where she says, you know, in the story, because I don't remember LLC even being mentioned back then, because I didn't even know LLC back then at all. So I don't know what she means by you heard the story, you da 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 da, like, yeah, and that I don't know. I'm getting confused now.
You heard the story. So did you call? Did you put your call in? I don't know if it's true or not.
What call?
I'm hearing if so. In this situation, this is what all it is. I'm gonna let it play out. But this is all bullshit because it is better to overreact.
When did we say her name?
It's better to overreact? Oh, she wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't. What? But she just. You heard Lanae. It's better to overreact. What do you mean? It's better to overreact? Who says that? Who says in a situation it's better to overreact? That's nonsense.
Overreact, then to underreact. You damn right. I called the fire department. Please, you see how I did with my daughter.
You called the fire department? Where's the fire department incident report?
Facts. There is no what she'll say to you, LLC, is, oh, there is a what she'll say is, oh, we did make the call. Unfortunately, there's no evidence of the call, but you can call the fire chief. That's what she'll say. She'll say, I made the call. Okay, there's no evidence of the call, but you can call the fire chief. That's how she'll act. Yeah. Lanae is crashing bad and unbelievable. Exactly.
You know, they wear cameras too. See, this is what I mean by evidence, Lanae. This is what we're tired of as content creators. I'm an independent journalist. I don't just create content. I do research and reporting. One of the reasons why you did come to my channel for an interview, because you saw the body of work that I do that I take pride in. So I want the evidence, because, you know, we're lying on you. And
did the federal government teach her to overreact? That's something that I'm confused by, because if you actually have seen the way Lanae actually writes and messages, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sound like it's coming from somebody who was once a file clerk, much less a federal file clerk. But she talks in such a vulgar manner in text messages and writing, it confuses me.
reasons. I don't even recall saying your name. I haven't heard her name come up at all. We were talking about the caretaker video with the 25-year-old. She's taking this as if we are talking about her. Lanae, when did your name come up? I want the timestamp of the video, Lanae Stacks, where I said your name in that video with Information Man Show on it.
Boom. And that is, if the mother was in such bad shape, why didn't she go to the hospital, Lanae? Hey, in addition to that question, you should ask, we also should ask, why is it that when she will say, tune into the next episode for more info and receipts? Exactly. But an even more important question is, if this was such a bad situation, why did you say I took the L for when the paramedics came to protect Umar and other such things? If you're so concerned about the mother, you should say, screw Umar, focus on the mother's health, tell the paramedics everything. But you said, no, I'm going to just take the blame for everything to protect Umar. So it can't be both. Are you prioritizing Umar or are you prioritizing the mom in that instance? Because you can't be for both.
Because I'm saying your name now so that you can understand I have no problem saying your name. So pull that video with the date and timestamp of when your name came up, girl. And I want to see that incident report from the fire department. If you did it anonymous, guess what? There's no way to verify that.
And that's exactly what what Lanae tried to argue on mine. She tried to say that there was no evidence because she did it anonymously. Well, then you can't say that you actually did it then because we have no evidence.
You can't make this stop.
She was missing? Hell yeah. Highway patrol.
What we doing? What we doing?
Ma'am, you got it. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Check in.
What we doing?
They sex trafficking. It's all over the news. This is a sex trafficking.
What does that have to do with anything?
Missouri. Everything comes through this. People are not knowing what Kansas City is. Kansas City is that place, and it's only because.
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. But that's the exact point. She wants to move away from any facts or anything wrongdoing on her part by just constantly saying irrelevant crap and hoping that you eventually lose your attention span. That's the tactic.
Every damn thing in America comes through Missouri.
Irrelevant.
We smack dab in a heartland. Everything runs through this place.
Yep.
Irrelevant.
Hell yeah, I can't find my baby. Where
You're not. That's across any job that you have where you're providing care or anything. The minute you see
He's not
that he
wrong.
did something allegedly wrong with how he handled his mother's care allegedly,
Mhm.
technically under the law, you're supposed to report these things because if you don't,
Right.
And he's implying that people have not reported. I came in the middle.
You said it was anonymous. Therefore, we can't say for a fact anything was reported because you said it was anonymous. So how do you expect us to say, yes, we know for a fact you reported it, when you say in the same time, oh, but I made it anonymous so no one would know? That means everything you're saying is hearsay. We can't, and we should just believe you. That's not how it works.
Of this shit.
Who said your name? Did y'all hear Lanae Stack's name said? Because I didn't. Lanae, who's talking about you? Who's talking about you, Lanae? I know this is gonna get to you. When did your name come up, Lanae Stacks? Because I'm saying it now. When did your name come up? When did it come up? You say you notified the fire department. Can you send me over that fire department incident report? Because you would have the incident number and all of that, right? Yeah, you should. You will keep a hold of that, especially if you know it's going to help the family if they go to court. So I want to see that incident report. That would be public information. So if it doesn't exist, then we have to question whether or not you called.
I'll say this, LLC. I'll go a step further, right? We do have to question. You're right. But we have to go a step further and we have to doubt first. Not just question, to doubt. Because when somebody wants to tell you a story and say, hey, that this is what happened, we can't not just say, okay, do you just question that you have evidence? We have to doubt that evidence exists in the first place. Because the way people are supposed to do this has long since been distorted. It's not that evidence works two ways. Evidence is actually not a two-way street. If they have the evidence and they can say for a fact that what they're saying is true, then they are the ones who always have the burden of truth. We, the skeptics, or the ones hearing the story, don't have to verify anything. We have to be presented the truth. And until that evidence is presented, we're free to deny that there's any evidence to begin with. The only way you rebut that is to actually find evidence and present it. And if you can't do that, then everybody is completely correct in not believing you. So yes, I agree, but I would take it a step further and say, instead of just question, doubt, and continue doubting them until they can prove themselves true. Why would Umar put her on the plane back to Kansas if she was really defending him? Exactly. Oh, crap. Sorry.
Yeah, you can't make this up.
They have things in place that do not benefit. They're burning out the workforce.
As much as I reported on the mother,
answering all of these calls, and there's no conclusion to the cases. With her,
can't make
they've
this
been
up.
out there. Last time she left out of the house, she didn't have on no pants. Dear God, she didn't have no pants and no shoes on.
Oh
She got out of
my
the house,
God.
she was running from the house.
Who was running from the house, though? Because I thought the mother is bedridden and can't go up the stairs. You know, so how did she run out the house? Unless I heard that wrong, because it's very hard to hear, to be completely honest.
This is
That
crazy.
alone.
This is crazy. How
You
we
can be
not
brought
making
into
stuff
court
like a
with under
mother?
oath and ask questions about what you saw, what you didn't report, so on and so forth.
Exactly. And we just saw this man do a video where he sat up there and he lied and said,
So
I
you
could've
don't
went to prison.
disagree?
I could have went to prison.
What?
He sat up there and did a video talking about some, I think she has, he talked
Yeah,
about
this is
he talked
something
about how
else.
fucking weird this dude is. He told it like he talked to an attorney. And
Now, see, guys, this is a normal reaction to hearing Lanae's bullshit. Lady Luck is hearing this, hearing the way the true Lanae is speaking right now, and her reaction is like, what the hell is going on? This is a normal reaction right here. This is a reaction we all should be having. Why would she say, I guess you're done with me, as she gets back home? Once when Umar starts ghosting her, maybe she did something? Well, that's the thing, man. He ghosted her because he didn't really want anything to do with her, and she made up this whole shebang that everyone ate, including myself, ate up 6 months ago, about how he was like used her and left her and did all these horrible things. And now we know that, if anything, he did pretty much the less of it. Yeah, exactly. The mother is bedridden, but she makes this statement about, oh, she's not wearing shoes and pants and running out of the house. That's literally impossible if she's bedridden. If you're bedridden, unless that mattress sprouts legs, you're going nowhere.
Lanae, when did your name come up?
No, he talked to an attorney, and this is exactly what's about to happen. She's going to jail for messing with my account. I reported that shit. Take this on
That's irrelevant.
Make your head speak.
That's
You're
irrelevant.
already playing with it. Now that is weaponizing some stuff.
Who?
Now you don't. If the shit that got hot, you don't want to play. Only I'm not playing.
This is why you don't
Come out of your
insult
mouth and say
yourself.
whatever.
Who knows what she's talking about right
I'm
now?
sorry, adulthood. You know that's.
You and me both, LLC. I virtually never understand what she's talking about, because she'll intentionally use these vague words. They, this is how this, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? You guys even saw it. I said, who is they? And they're like, oh, I don't want to put them on the spot. Okay.
51, you don't know that by now.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there's
God.
real shit out here. You can't just say whatever the fuck you want to say.
Oh my
He
God.
weaponizes IG. He should be banned from social media altogether.
I
He
hope
should
this is
be
not about.
Banned from social media? Who to be banned from social media? How? You can't be banned. I mean, I guess you technically could be banned if you did something to piss off Google enough and they said, we ban you. And then if you did it enough, they might ban your IPP it's your IPP, so that you can't make new accounts. I guess that could technically happen, but for what reason?
My information man showed this.
People
We might
think
be
he has
talking about
1.2 million. He
doing.
doesn't have 1.2 million followers. He could barely break 500 on a life. He bought those subscriptions
This is
to make
crazy.
himself look like he's more than what he is.
Yep, it is.
1.2 million. Go look at Boosie's page. Boosie, and I hate to keep comparing him, but Boosie's a black orator. This dude pretends to be one.
What?
Same following, I believe. Maybe Boosie has a little bit more, but he just puts out a clip and gets 60,000.
Are you talking about
You
Umar
know,
or
you're
who?
not chasing over Sufyani's baby
Oh my God.
for a good amount of likes.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm as much as I'm agreeing with LLC. I got to be honest with you. It's incredibly. It's incredibly funny for me personally for for lanae to go on this real long rant and whatever, and for LLC to be like, what the hell, and then, oh my God, just pure frustration and trying to mentally understand it. It's, for me, it's incredibly funny. The power of alcohol has its uses. It's what made a monster out of lanae. But the power of alcoholism can only do so much, Miss Independent. I don't think we found an alcohol yet enough to do that. But don't worry, our top researchers are on it.
You know how old Lanae Stacks is? One day I'll tell you.
Who cares?
Oh my God.
Lanae Stacks, Siobhan Stokes, the throat goat. And you know what? I think I'm malicious. I'm not malicious. Let me tell you.
No, you've just been talking shit about LLC, who has been not doing anything to you, and you've been talking shit to me, to Trey, to now about Rimrom. You're going after everybody, but you're not malicious. That's so thoughtful.
There have been so many people that have called me any women, promiscuous or any. Don't tempt me. Do not tempt me. It's some stuff I'll never be able to believe.
Tempt you to do what? She says, "Oh, don't tempt me. Tempt you to do what?"
Great.
Y'all just gonna have to take my word for it.
No,
know if people,
that's a problem. That's the problem. We're not obligated to do that for anybody, not just you. We're not obligated to do that. We're not obligated.
Who's a ACC? I don't know who ACC is. But yeah, you can get banned on YouTube. I don't doubt that for a second. I'm just saying, like, the way lanae was saying, oh, they need to be banned and whatever, and it's like, for what? Very much so. Very much so.
To take anybody's word for it moving forward, because Marianne Lorient, the woman you no longer want to drag, has lied so much about Umar Johnson and involved so many lies into her nonsense that it's now we have to have a standard across the board for everybody. I don't have to work on an operating operate on a trust me.
Thank you, Rose.
I don't have to. We don't have to take your word for it no more than we have to take hers for it.
Correct. Word of mouth means nothing. Evidence is physical. Correct.
We just don't have to do that. And you're taking it personal, like someone's attacking you. I'm trying to figure out when did her name come up. What were we talking about her?
Closer.
What is going on here?
But one thing we can all agree on, the people that actually know him, he don't give a fuck about it. He don't see nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it.
If it was to ever get to that level. So I have, because of my background, I have a little bit of a problem with this whole situation where we either believe or think that there's something that's happening to the mother, but yet no one is reporting what's happening. Now, to be fair,
that's some bullshit. And this man has watched me on multiple shows and telling me
that's very true
that I have reported it.
Oh my God.
It's been reported.
That's very true,
by them, by a lot of different people. It's time to kick this.
Okay, now it's time. It's time to just produce your reports. Produce the police report, the fire reports, produce the documentation, the incident numbers, the photos, videos, the evidence. Just go ahead and produce it. So
Tell me about it. We've been wanting her to do it for a long time. I've directly said to her face, produce the evidence. She said to my face, she doesn't have to. So I'm with you on that in principle, but it's just not going to happen.
The idea to get this woman in a safer environment if she's in danger. If she's in danger, let's get her in a safer environment and not sit here and focus on what you think we're saying about you when your name never even came up from the beginning. This should be about the mother, should it not? This is about the mother, correct?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. but lanae just wants to use her as a bargaining chip to stay relevant. We can talk about the mother, but only if lanae's involved. Why? Because lanae believes she saw, and I'm quoting here, symptoms that the mother needs help from only her. And that came out of her own mouth, by the way, that she saw symptoms that Umar's mom needed only her. And this is coming from a non-medical professional.
This is about, let's get the mother into a safer environment, correct?
Correct.
So
It
if
should
that's
be.
the case, what are we talking about? I don't understand how she thought her name didn't even come up in this. What are we doing?
Behind here, because this is why things die out. Discrediting the whistleblower or the person that is bringing the message.
Why can't you just wait for the next episode for information? You get banned and all that, did all that and more, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, some of us are impatient. Some of us are impatient, Miss Independent. We don't all have 60 years. We all don't have 60 years. We all don't have half a century.
More focused on the messenger than the message. Introducing doubt.
What?
And that's why I said it is better to.
It's not introducing doubt. Doubt is the default position that everyone's supposed to have. I mean, just listen to that for a second. Introducing doubt. So that argument would mean I'm supposed to just believe you first, then find evidence to see if you're lying. Do you understand that's how scams happen? You assume everything's legit first, so you send the money, and then later on, you try to find out if it's true. Do you understand by that point your money is gone? And that's exactly what Umar's been relying on, lanae. But you're trying to make it like doubt is a bad thing. That's manipulation. Doubt is a good thing. It is the best thing. It is the only thing that allows someone to be aware of their situation. Doubt first, believe only when evidence surfaces later.
Overreact and underreact in a situation. If
Oh
you
my
overreact,
God, bro.
who is in trouble for that? Who can you blame for that? Me.
You can what? Where
Is
did
it
her name
really
come up?
worth weaponizing and spending time in jail to take a shot at Umar Johnson? Let's use some common sense with this. Do y'all really think that I'm going to sacrifice my freedom, my job, my life, my kids? Do you really honestly think that I'm going to sit up here and sacrifice that shit for clout on the internet?
her name
or
come
a chance to get whatever else you pull up, money, anything?
What, dear Lord?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'm confused.
She talks about not sacrificing those things, but did she not tell her real name on the internet? Did she not tell her whole story? You know, for all of us to analyze, critique, and discover. I mean, that's putting it. And then you always mention your kids all the time. Sure, you don't mention their names, but you're always talking about them all the time. But then you want to tell us you're not risking your kids. Well, if you don't want to risk your kids, don't mention you have kids. That's simple.
Introducing doubt into this is irresponsible and it's hateful. And the only reason why it's done is because I'm in the sector and I pulled my fucking shit off of limits. You think I'm
Wow.
lying?
Oh, what?
Shit. Well, let's give it a go. Hold on. Let's go. Let's see what we come up with.
Yeah, I'm in the parking lot.
Uh-oh. I got something in front of the keyboard.
Boy, this is something else. This is something else.
Now, we don't give it the benefit of that, but I know he's over at Linen Honors all the motherfucking time. What? They don't need court order. So, you know what I'm saying?
Who is at Linen Honors all the time? Saying Umar? Umar is always on Linen Honors all the time? I don't understand that. And tell a whole lie on the internet. Exactly. Hey, how many do you guys think, on a scale of 1 to 10, how dumb is it to lie on the internet? Give me a scale. Between 1 and 10, how bad is it? How dumb is it to lie on the internet? I'm really curious.
He's like, oh no, we don't wear air mattress, but you sleep on an air mattress. So you don't have to have a brain.
What the heck is going on?
Like how
Once again, when did her name come
no,
up?
we're not gonna put my mom in. You know, but that's what she
This
is.
is something
Yeah,
else.
and that's another thing. He lives like this, and he's talking about what kind of hotels they put him
Oh
in.
boy.
You know, get your weird ass on. Hold on.
She just picking
Oh.
through pieces and parts
And
of
this
a
reality
live
on Earth,
stream,
Umar.
and I'm
You
like,
can't alter
how
reality
does
for
that help?
So we can go on
Prove
the website and we can pull up those tax forms.
Oh,
For
this
at
is
least 5
unbelievable.
taxes. Hold on, we're gonna get into this.
This is unbelievable.
It's a good question. Speaking of that, Black Anonymous is asking the landlord. Can the landlord come in and do an inspection?
Landlord is gonna get up out of here.
Wow.
But after that, I cleaned up this damn house.
Thank you.
But he doesn't think like that.
Wait, you cleaned up the house? You did? Yep. Wait a minute. No. That you didn't clean up the house, Lanae. That is not true. You said, and I quote to you, that you tried to clean up the house and failed. And then you said to everyone, oh, actually, I didn't clean up the house. I did my best to get Umar to clean the house, and that failed. Now you're saying that, and now you're saying you cleaned up the house. No. That isn't gonna fly. 18. Everybody's giving me 10. Miss Independent gives 18. Yeah, I give it 100.
And fish. But what would really help her is if you cleaned up this damn house. But it's
Oh, that's what you said. My bad.
You know,
My
that
bad.
Why trim through it? Just play the whole video.
He's one of those people that tried to be
My bad. She was saying that was a mistake on my end. She actually said to clean the house. So maybe that's consistent with her saying she tried to get Umar to do his best to clean the house. Okay, maybe I misheard that. It's kind of hard to tell.
Where oyster,
Wow.
he's giving the food with high vitamin D content, so that makes it to cover up her deficiency.
Wow.
Bastard. So he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that she's not going outside.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, there's a lot of because I ate a lot of canned meat. Like the first, I was going to tell you that is another thing.
Hold on,
That's
okay.
never available.
I don't even know what it.
Why do we care what you ate though over there? What would that have any relevance to anything?
Like, how do you?
These things have to be in the 5. It has to be every bit of that 5 in order for it to move on to the next step. That's cover-up work. You said we did. Well, don't know what's going on in this situation before I even came out about him. And I took all the heat for people saying, you should have, we did.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't.
So
it was the same with Joe because he's listening. So then I'm not trying to give him a head start on doing his cover-up.
Yo, this
Okay.
is madness.
Now, this is the same damn show. If you don't
Okay,
remember.
so she said that invoking doubt is being hateful. Doubt?
Yeah, and that's consistent with her telling the entire public that that we should not have the right to debunk her story, even though it's a publicly announced story. That's consistent with what she said to the general public.
And hateful are 2 different words with 2 different definitions and 2 different meanings, Lanae. I'm still trying to figure out, when did your name come up? Because I have no problem saying your name if I'm talking about you. But invoking doubt is being hateful towards a 25-year-old who did not produce any evidence that she called the fire department, the police, or anything. But if you have the receipts, Lanae, to show that you called the fire department, I would love for you to post that. Oh, yes, I would. I would love for you to post that damn incident report up. Post up your fire department, police reports, body camera footage. We want to know the name of the officers. We want to be able to get the foyers in to get this information. Because that's what I should have done the first time. See, this is what we're correcting here. We're correcting our wrongs in not vetting and not getting the information and not verifying before we talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I want to say that the entire internet, including myself, is guilty of that. And, to me, it's crazy because the fact that we live in 2026 and we have so much technology, like I showed you guys, and because we despised Umar so much for what he was doing to the Black community and stealing millions of dollars, we overlooked our common senses. We overlooked our, inherent our skepticism, and we just took it hook, line, and sinker. So I think we all, anybody, and let's say, okay, I'm wrong in saying all. anybody who weren't the lucky few, like Trey and another audience member of mine, like I believe it was Academic. If you weren't one of the people who just immediately found something wrong, and Scott too, if you weren't one of the people who immediately said, like these people I mentioned, who immediately said that they didn't believe her initially, then you guys are one of the few that actually kept skepticism alive, because everybody, including myself, just instantly fell on the bandwagon because it was centered towards a person, a person that we hated. And I think that that's a valuable lesson. And the valuable lesson of this is the dangerous damage that can happen when we just believe something because we believe it can do harm, do damage, do reputational damage towards someone we don't like. And we lose sight of the mission, that the whole mission is to go against some people for lying. And unknowingly, we ended up supporting for a prolonged period of time someone who was lying to us, simply because we wanted what she was saying to be true. But, live and learn, live and learn.
So I want to get the name of the officers, the fire department. I want all of it, so that we cannot have doubt and be hateful. Because having doubt is hateful, because reasons. Hit the time up, y'all. What y'all?
Information in. Then why didn't Lady Luck Club chime in and say, hey, well, we did interview Lanae.
Oh, this is where it happens. You guys really want to tune into this. This is where it happens.
And she did say, and then you got the same people.
What am I chiming in on, Lanae? What am I chiming in on? You assumed that I was talking about you. I don't have a problem saying your name. What do you want me to chime in on? He was right. If you take in a caretaker role, the responsibilities include being a mandated reporter. But you said that you did notify the fire department.
Okay. And she told me that she notified APS. No proof of either one.
Okay, so produce the report. Tell us the name of the firefighter and the division. Give us the information so we can verify that and contact the fire department and FOIA any information, any and all information that can be released to the public. So we can verify it. Email it to me. You got my email. That way we can all be on one accord with facts and documentation and not be doubtful and hateful and all this other stuff you saying I'm being. You saying why I didn't bring your name? And then she's gonna tell. And then you know what she's gonna do? LLC. She's gonna say, if she doesn't tell you, LLC, that she doesn't have to do that, she's going to say, because she said it in her post, oh, I already gave you the information for free, and that there is no body cam. That's what she said to you in a response post that we all publicly saw. And that's the thing. She's going to talk about receipts. She's going to talk about information, but she's not going to produce it like I will or like you will. She won't produce any of it. She'll talk about it. She'll act like she's like us. She'll act like she's on the level, but but scratch the surface, you're going to find there's nothing but lies. Up. What if there's an investigation going on? What are you doing, Lanae?
I'm sure that are in this.
She didn't say why.
LLC, I can assure you that there is absolutely no investigation against Umar going on. We debunked it with Marianne. Lanae, I made videos on both Lanae and Marianne demonstrating why that can't be true. I even have a live that shows Lanae, looking into Lanae, looking into it. Looking into the video that literally showed her that it's against the law. What she was describing is against the law, and Lanae's only response was report it. So that was there is no investigation, and I think if you don't know that already now, you're going to find out that very soon.
I didn't say something.
with a lot of this. Now, this is the same damn show. If he don't remember information, man, then why did Lady Luck Club chime in and say, "Hey, well, you know, we did interview Lanae
Chime in on
Stacks,
what?
and she did say," and then you got the same people, I'm sure of it,
Say what?
this over here listening. They know the truth. And do you think, based off of who likes who, it doesn't
Who
matter?
likes who? What does that have to
So
do with
the
a
one
like?
thing I think everybody needs to know about this situation is that it's not left to YouTube. It's not left to YouTube, and don't count on YouTube because they ain't gonna. It's not gonna be done right.
Oh,
It's not gonna
God.
be
Hey, this is coming from the same woman who got interviewed all throughout YouTube 6 months ago. She came to YouTube to expose the truth, and now that YouTube doesn't believe her anymore, suddenly YouTube is not reliable. How many of you guys think that's funny?
It's not gonna be done right by YouTube. This is gonna perpetuate the bullshit. So it's a game for online, offline, move very, very differently. But I gave all of this up to and including some other a lot of information to Lady Luck Club in order to complete this interview. I don't know how I got on there. I don't know if I'm a guest. I think she ran.
You
How,
don't know how you got on there. You I reached out to you and you accepted an invitation to come up and
boom. How does somebody admit they went on an interview and then says, "Oh, I don't remember how I got on the interview"? That doesn't make any sense. It went one or the other. Either she, like Lady Luck, is saying that she contacted you, and that that Lady Luck is saying she contacted you, and you responded and said yes, and so there you go. How do you not know?
I have the emails. I mean, what is your issue here? Because once again, her name never even came up when Information Man Show and I was talking about that interview with the last caretaker. Her name never came up in that discussion. Lanae Stacks' name never came up in that discussion, and yet she's taking this as if we talked about her directly.
By herself, did a great job. She didn't need no help. I gave her everything.
I know.
like,
I'm an independent researcher and
giving,
reporter.
you know, I gave her everything that I had at that time. I believe within reason.
But wait, didn't you say you actually have more that you didn't show the public? You've been telling us for the last 3 days or so that you have more and you're not showing, but now you're saying you gave her everything, which isn't true because, you know, if you had given her everything, Lady Luck would have seen all the text messages that we're seeing today. She would have seen a lot more, and I believe Lady Luck would have realized, hey, this isn't adding up. And you still tell us today that you have more evidence that you're just not willing to show. And your justification is, oh, well, I just don't want to put certain people's names in there. And it's like, you either have this evidence or you don't.
In order to...
Yeah, I didn't get a police report or a fire department report of you reporting this stuff to the fire department. So can you post that up? Because, you know, you can't trust YouTube. And you certainly can't trust independent reporters, you know. Just post that up. Because the idea, see, my point is, you know, getting awareness out there so that people can help Umar's mother if she's in need of help. That's the whole point for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, that's the whole point. I have information that I'm not going to put out because it would violate some privacy, and I don't want to do that. So I have to have integrity in what I report and report within the confines of the law. HIPAA privacy laws, to be specific. So no, if you have a fire department report where you placed in that complaint, Lanae Stacks, then post it on your channel. Since you can't trust...
All Lanae ever posts, if she produces anything, is a cropped photo that doesn't prove anything. In fact, it's so funny too because she actually did. I don't know if she deleted it or not, but she actually did post a photo at one point recently. I think within the past 2 days, at least 2 days ago, and somebody made in the comments saying, "Can I see the full chat log?" And Lanae was like, you got to be careful with these photos, as if, you know, the photo, but it was cropped and it was only showing her. She wasn't given the full text message, but she was, her excuses, you got to be careful with the photos. That one killed me when I saw that text exchange.
this YouTube and invoking doubt is hateful. That, I mean, when my name is being brought, this is Lanae Stacks playing parts of my various live streams because for some reason we're being hateful. Some reason Information Man Show came on and we were talking about the last caretaker. And Lanae Stacks took it upon herself to do.
By the way, those caretakers, they've already been caught lying. And in fact, I think by Rimrom and you know, Trey. So to be completely honest with you guys, I feel like, and I've said this before in the chats, I think with those two last caretakers that recently came out, I think what's happened is those two are what I like to call copycat clout chasers, meaning they saw what Lanae and Marianne were doing, and they saw how it, at least for a while, worked. And so now they wanted to copy it themselves, coming out with, oh yeah, we've got the scoop on Umar, pay attention to us. And I mean, you can see that by the fact that towards the end of that interview, and I'm talking about the very first one, they said, oh, come over to whatever her name was to support whatever her name was to whatever the name was of her, you know, social media, and she did this little heart-shaped thing. So, you know, to me, I felt like, you know, they were doing it for clout chasing, and they were just trying to copy by using the same, hey, we have a connection to Umar's mom, and therefore we have a sensational story to tell you guys. Please like and subscribe. That's how I think those two that have come out recently are doing.
A reaction to this on her channel and is attacking us, saying that invoking doubt is being hateful. It's in her live stream video. You can't make this up. No one, this shouldn't even be, I don't even know what her whole end game with this is, because it's combative to getting help to Umar's mother.
Because she doesn't really want help for Umar's mom. She wants to get the clout of defending Umar's mom, but she doesn't really care about Umar's mom unless it means that she gets to use it as a way to get in control of Umar, and because she's obsessed with him. So there is no, you know, help for the mother. Lanae's goal never was to help her.
But I can only do so much as an independent reporter. The mother's family members are going to have to be the ones to really put down the hammer and report and take him to court, challenge his power of authority and everything else. All we can do is put the information out there and hope that that puts on enough pressure for the family, for those who do see her, who are around her, any other caretakers, to say, okay, let's try to do what we can to get her out of this situation, but produce your fire department report and all of that evidence to show that you reported this. I mean, you're saying we can't be trusted. So, you know, don't, Lanae, don't trust us. You don't have to. You owe us nothing. I don't even know what else to do. We never said her name, by the way. So I don't know how Lanae Stacks somehow came up out of this whole thing. And
she's lashing out at everyone, is it essentially, and she's going on drunk lives. Who knows if she was sober for this one?
Are sitting back just laughing at this bullshit, and yet you claim that you're a part of a federal investigation. You shouldn't even be out here doing this type of content. You don't think the FBI is going to be watching? You can't make this up, girl.
Show, because I had something going on in my life.
This is crazy.
Let's take into consideration.
I don't even know what else to say about it.
May not live in Philadelphia.
This is ridiculous.
They might live in surrounding areas. So it would take a whole lot from their personal lives to constantly stay on top of this, drive down and see if possibly today you can catch the door open, or you can catch somebody coming out, or you can serve something, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why there's a guy.
Okay, I don't know what else. But y'all can go watch her stuff. I'm not, no. That's the only time you get a view out of me, Lanae, because you're being messy as hell. And you know, since they can't trust the internet and all of that anymore, then don't. Y'all can go watch her video on her channel, a whole live on it.
Yeah. I see the frustration, the anger, the betrayal. Because there was literally nothing. Lady Luck didn't do anything. That's the thing. She didn't do anything, and now Lanae's trying to throw her name under the mud. So I really understand her frustration.
I'm not watching. Now I'm done. You got one view out of me. That's it. Because this is stupid. This is
I agree.
absolutely stupid. I never ever brought your name up. And if you want to sit and get upset talking about liking and all that, that's so rudimentary and it's high school. It's not even high school. My high school kids don't even act like this. This is elementary. We're not trusting anyone else at their word. We don't owe anyone that. I don't care who else comes out talking about Umar did this, that, and the third. Because Marianne Lorient ruined it for all of you all. So we're going to verify and vet our information. So, Lanae, I would appreciate it if you did post up that fire department report and photos and or videos of any signs of abuse and any evidence to prove that you have reported this so that, Information Man Show and I guess can talk about it since you never were talked about before and we never said your name. I told you, I don't sit here and perpetuate the bullshit. I'm just going to end it. So let's squash it. Get your evidence over to me. Get your documentation. You can...
Which Lanae never did. All she did was respond in a post, a very accusatory, long-winded, pointless post.
Tell your audience whatever you want, but at least provide documentation and evidence on it. I never, ever said Lanae Stacks' name in that live stream at all. But I do want her to point out if I did. Point it out. Give me the timestamp where Lanae Stacks' name came up. That's all I'm saying. Help me out with that. Because you're taking this personal over, a hit dog will holler every time, won't it? You can't do this nonsense. No one is above reproach. We cannot just sit and trust what people say anymore. Because Marianne Lorient lied like hell. Now, Lanae, you are in that boat with anyone else that wants to come out and speak out about Umar.
Oh, crap.
You're going to have
I am so sorry,
whatever
guys.
you say.
I am so sorry. I was not ignoring you guys in the chat. I am so sorry. For whatever reason, I did not see the thing didn't scroll along with me to actually see that other people were chatting. So I am so sorry, guys. I would have highlighted your guys' stuff and what have you. I did not see it from my end. On my set, it didn't seem like the chat was progressing. I apologize that immensely. I did not mean to make it seem like I was ignoring what you guys were saying. A dog hit will holler every time. Yeah, they've been studying. They've been studying the live streams. Yeah, I haven't watched one of those interviews yet. All time they will holler, exactly.
You're going to have to provide evidence. You're going to have to provide documentation. Now, if your audience wants to trust you at your word, that's fine. But in order for people with ethics and integrity on their platform, such as myself, and I'll speak for me here in the Lady Luck Club, you're going to have to bring me evidence, and then my team and I are going to still vet it, and then we're going to report it. That's how that works. Because that's what we did not do the first time around. So I'm correcting that shit now. See? Ending the bullshit, ending the drama, ending the nonsense. I'm not here for your messiness. I'm correcting it.
And I salute you for it, Lady Luck. It's unfortunately, Lanae doesn't have your common sense.
That's it. Produce the evidence and the documentation. Post it up. You got a channel. Post up that fire department report. And then we'll go from there. But your name wasn't said. No one was talking about you. But if you feel like, your consciousness is speaking out loud, then that's on you, Lanae. That's not on me or Information Man Show. Don't come from my platform like that. And to sit here and to say, oh yeah, I just can't trust this YouTube. Show us that fire department report, and then we'll verify it and vet it, and then we'll.
Pretty much going after everyone on YouTube is all she's got left. Pretty much, it's all she's got left. And yeah, Holly, don't worry about. I meant Rosetta. Don't worry about it. I'm sure Lady Luck understands that. That initial text was a typo, because we're not saying Lady Luck is the liar. It's Lanae who's the liar. And I'm pretty sure Lady Luck understands that, so no worries on that. And even if she didn't, I would just say, hey, it was an accident, it was a typo. Simple as that, because that's the cool thing about having integrity and not lying. You can literally say, hey, it was a mistake, it was a typo, didn't mean it. We're actually saying awesome things about you, so you don't have to worry about it.
We'll trust what you said as far as reporting it. That's it. I want to talk about this later.
And let's actually highlight that. You see how that's how easy your life is when you're actually honest, when you don't engage in that toxic arguments and emotions, and you're actually just honest. Like, hey, this is the truth. This is what I did. No drama, no issues, nothing. Now you follow Lanae's example, and you're going to live a life of misery, drunkenness, terrible living conditions. That's all doing. And the ironic thing is, she's doing it all for clout, but the way she's going about it does the exact opposite of clout. Ain't that the funny thing? They're doing it all for the money and the fame, but acting this way makes you not have fame. You get infamy, but you don't get fame. Oh crap! You get infamy, but you don't get fame.
For probably all of 10 minutes, and then I'm going to be done with it, and we'll wait for Lanae to post up her evidence that she reported everything, because one thing you should have is documentation. We'll wait for it. Y'all have a good day. I, Lady Luck Club, am not getting into no beef and no drama and no bullshit and none of that nonsense, but don't ever say I lied on you. And you said we are lying on you.
As
she
you
said
should.
in her video, I just didn't play
Be
it.
honest.
And I'm not gonna play it again. I told you get one view out of me. That's it. On this dumb shit. Child, you want to say I lied on you? Okay, prove me to be lying. Post up that report. Post up your evidence.
She is very mad, and she has every right to be.
And documentation. That'll be the last time you say I lied on you, Lanae. I'll tell you that right now, girl. You will not ever get the chance to say I lied on you ever again. Please believe that. You understand me? Post your evidence up, because Marianne Lawrence failed to do it, and you failed to drag her ass for it.
Mm-hmm.
You should have. And I'm not saying you got to be rude and disrespectful, but just getting her ass when she lied. But you didn't want to do that. Okay. So don't get mad when we all got to put y'all in a corner now. Anyone coming out against Umar. Because our goal is we want him to be taken down the right way. And
The
for
right
him to
way.
not.
That is exactly what I've been saying this entire time. The right way, which is why I said, yes, screw Umar for his lies, but only for the right reasons. Exactly.
Get back up. Because otherwise, what's the fucking point? Girl, if you don't kick rocks. Love y'all. See y'all later. Deuces.
So now that we saw that, guys, do you guys want me to show you do you guys want me to show you the post that Lanae put after Lady Luck did this video? It's absolutely insane. It is absolutely insane. Let me just share screen. So we go to go right here. This is what she says to her. Let me try to zoom out. This is what she says. before I start asking questions on you, if you flipped on me too, which you're the one who flipped. Do you not remember when we were given free info with nothing to hide? Terrible English, by the way. Not a liar before I pulled my story and all these things, not even using a period. I wouldn't have the body cam footage, you would have it. How? How would Lady Luck have it? Hey, Money Boy Trey. How would Lady Luck have the body cam that you're saying that how would she have it? You didn't mention a body cam till now. Well, I mean, Lady Luck mentions that there would be a body cam and such, but what I'm getting at is you didn't when you did the original interviews, you didn't give a body cam. So how would Lady Luck have it? What's redacted is that the ogre's address is that ogre's address. So you're calling Lady Luck an ogre? Okay. To get the footage and do a show. Okay. I'm doing my best to keep people's names out of this, but you're sitting and watching idiots call me a liar and having proof. So wait a minute. We have proof now? She was drunk at 3 p.m. East. Please with her lying self. Yes, please with her lying self. Yeah. Rosetta, now the next episode is coming. Right. And then she says that I am not. I think that this is because I have so much information you're not giving. You also have the phone number too, two trusted sources that we know this man is lying that work inside the department. What department? I don't care about the internet they don't, nor will they ever have to do info at all. And that you're sitting on the content of me making me be on content of me being a liar, knowing full well that was this content. That was this complete. I'm going to be vindicated. You're not going to be vindicated. She literally says she's going to be vindicated. Also, ironic as hell as it's her quiet power, but she won't shut the F up. Exactly. And then stay the course, do what's right. Yes, there is more emails, not to expose you, but to prove that to prove that a liar wouldn't be this far down the road. Stop listening to the net. A liar is never going to tell you the truth, actually. So they would go further and further down the road. And then she shows us this, which, by the way, you can tell Lanae wrote, and it's to Lady, and I don't understand what her whole point of this was. Okay, you show us that you sent an email to her. That's not evidence of anything. Nothing. There's no evidence of anything. But yeah, that's what happened there. So yeah, guys, that was the reaction to that. Is there anything else you guys would like me to react? Because we're only about she's gonna blow away. She's all us away with the future with her breakout proof, right? But I want to ask you guys, audience, is there any video you'd like me to react to? Because I didn't expect that I would just burn through the artificial intelligence stuff that I wanted to share with you guys. And it's not even 3 hours yet. So if you guys want me to react to a specific video, I'd be more than happy to. If not, then I guess I could find more videos for me to react to. Because I don't know why. I actually find doing these live streams to be very fun and engaging. And I like reacting to stuff as well as, talk to you guys. Oh, okay. No problem. I'll react to that video too. Okay, just let me get onto YouTube. Where's the receipts at? Exactly. Let's see, because Trey actually even sent me an email to that. Sent me an email to that one. So, and I had said I would react to it. So let me just get that email real quick. Let me get to that email real quick. Yep, there's that right there. Okay, so just one quick sec, guys. I got to switch around. All right, hey, I'm happy to hear that, academic. Let me just, oh, not that one. Stop that one. Switch over to
I'm making I'll mess up again. All right, man. We live. We're gonna wait for some of y'all to get up in here. Okay.
which you shouldn't do. I mean, come on, man. It's a recording. People are gonna, if they miss it the first time, they're gonna see it the next time. It's not like everybody comes in and never sees it again. So I don't understand. Why would you wait until everybody gets in here? But that's just me. If you guys get here on time, you get on your time. If not, hey, there's always the rewind button. That's the way I look at it.
Peace to everybody. All right. Please make sure y'all share this live. We're gonna get right to it, man. So this live was supposed to be with Mia. She was gonna come back, and it was gonna be her and Siobhan, which is Dr. Umar's when we call it.
Considering how bad it went the first time they were chatting together, it's kind of better that they did it one-on-one. I feel like if they were going to have such strong opposing opinions, they shouldn't have been talking together.
Ex-girlfriend?
Ex-friend.
Right.
Girlfriend, ex-mom.
all that.
Nursing assistant.
Yeah, all of those things. And Mia kind of pulled out at the last second, and this is going to be more interesting because her sister, Champagne Queen, she's going to, I guess, really tell the truth on the experience, the things that Mia left out, if you will. So with that being said, we're going to get right to it. I'm not even going to hold you up. So
you are holding everyone up, though. You said your specific goal is to wait till everyone got up there.
So now my questions that I have for Mia, I'm going to revert them to her sister. So we're going to start from there. So why did your sister pull out? We're going to start from there. Why did she pull out of this conversation?
Well, she pulled out of the conversation because she felt it was going to be a tough one, and she was afraid of the questions and the comments that were going to be asked on the interview.
Is that really the reason, or is that just how you feel? Because when you guys were talking initially together, there was a lot of friction. In fact, I think one of the subsequent ones, not on this one, but with a different one, they actually shut their cam for a minute to argue, which was crazy.
Now, would you expound on what kind of questions?
Oh no, this guy
What was
again.
she afraid of?
She was afraid that the questions that were asked or the comments that were going to be made was going to be hypocritical to the comments that she's already, or the testimony that she's already given.
Oh, no. Like I was on the driller.
Huh?
You guys are gonna have to help me out because I'm not culturally hip. So when they start making up all these words that I have their own subjective meaning, I don't know what they're talking about.
Did she think I was gonna come on the driller?
Can you please put a note when the live is gonna?
She has this one set perspective of things, and it's just.
Yeah. To be completely honest with you, Independent, I should do that. I should schedule my lives. To be completely honest with you, the way I've been approaching it is when I get on live is when I felt like it, because I've been telling people, hey, it'll be on weekends and that I can't give a notification and what have you because of how unpredictable my life can be sometimes. But, thinking about it upon further reflection, I probably should actually have it on scheduled times. So that's what we'll do going forward, because I can actually understand why. So I from this day going forward, I'm actually going to try to have schedules and what have you instead of just doing it randomly, because I can understand how that would be frustrating.
not the reality of what really happened.
I understand.
Right. Peace. Denise, I see you. People that saying, please do me a favor, just share that we on, please. I would gladly appreciate y'all. All right. So, all right. So she wasn't gonna drill her like she said, but what is it that you know for a fact that she's lying about? Expound on that.
Well, from my point of view, from me being on the phone with Tamia and for me being on FaceTime and talking to her throughout her whole employment, Tamia knew about a lot of the things that were going on in that home. The first time she got to that home, she knew the home was unsanitary. She knew that the mom was being subjected to unsanitary housing, the treatments that she was being subjected to. She knew the mom had bed sores, of course, because Umar can easily go online and just post.
Okay, and what did you do? Because I understand that you're saying, yeah, I understand that you're saying what you're saying, and but by that same logic, you knew it just as much, and just as equally, you didn't do anything. So I don't understand the argument.
Up the timeline of when she was seen on the camera, and also Tasha K can verify that a lot of the things that she did was for profit. She put a lot of profit over people, and I won't say she's the only one who did so, because I also feel Siobhan did so as well. But let's get back to the story. Tamia knew that the lady was lacking the things that she needed, as in the medical treatments and the medical.
Again, this applies equally to you, but what I don't like is that yeah, I'm frustrated and I'm gonna go on Y2 Tour and show my bad side and threaten people and think I'm a winner, right? And yeah, the thing I have with her is what she's saying is kind of hypocritical, because she's talking about how much her sister, I believe it is, knew about how bad things were and such, and so did Lanae. But equally so, that means you knew as well, and that, in my eyes, that makes you equally as guilty. You know what I mean? That makes to me, if you knew about all these things and it's still going on, regardless if you're explaining how other people also knew, it means you know as well, and that makes you just as guilty.
Things that she's supposed to have, like the bedding, she's supposed to have a hospital bedding, or the lift that you lift. If she has MS or dementia, she's supposed to have like a lift to lift her up. You know what I'm saying? And be a lift, so that if she has insurance, if Umar can prove, if Umar is saying that she has insurance and he's taking care of her, we're supposed to be able to see a lot of that in the video. When we go to the video, Tamia also stated that she does not have any medical, like anything prescribed to her medically. Like the things that I've seen on the table or in the recording, they also point to the fact that Umar is getting over-the-counter prescriptions and trying to prescribe or trying to diagnose himself instead of taking her to the doctor. She also is not going outside. She's also lacking the exercise that she needed, because Siobhan also stated that she'll start.
Wait a minute. Is Umar trying to diagnose his mother? Right, I know. Is Umar trying to diagnose his own mother, or is he refusing medical treatment? Because I could have sworn the original time, I could have sworn the original argument that I heard was that their mother needs, at least from Lanae, was that the mother needs medication and Umar is not allowing her to have medication. This lady's now saying that Umar actually has medication and he's just trying to diagnose his mother. I don't know if this young lady understands this, but considering the fact that Umar is not a doctor, if he were literally trying different types of medication to diagnose his mother his mother would likely be dead by now, because it would just take one dose, one missed dose, or one something that she wasn't supposed to be taking, and it's gonzo. And we haven't heard anything about the deaths, about any deaths. So, that kind of makes me, people do have the right to refuse medical treatments. They do. They do. They do have the right to do so. But what I'm getting at is, there's two conflicting stories here. One is that Umar, um, one is that two different stories. One is that she's not getting any medication because Umar won't let her have any, and then there's the other where Umar is actually actively giving her medicine to diagnose herself. I mean, diagnose her illness himself, and we don't have evidence of either one.
Or yapping at the mouth when you start to wipe her because she has bed sores. And then she'll stand up and she can barely walk because you guys are not taking her outside. You aren't giving her the exercise she needs. So it's hurting her back, it's hurting her legs, and she's cursing you all out like, hurry the fuck up, bitch, hurry up. And she's because it's hurting her.
But I thought she was bedridden. So how exactly is she? So is it that she can walk but barely, or is she bedridden? I'm confused.
So you agree, Siobhan, that's how his mother is.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her finish, but absolutely, Umar got his mouth from his mother.
All right, continue, T.
Oh, she does? She does have medical care? Okay, cool.
Definitely got his mouth from his mother, but his mother is also sitting in the same position. She's not like she's sitting in the same position. You're supposed to be rotating her around. And I'm pretty sure she's had these bed sores for years because Siobhan spoke about her having them this year, and I'm pretty sure she had them prior too because he was with an agency. She was speaking on her being with an agent, him being with an agency, and that shows signs of neglect because to me it was stating that he was getting a caregiving check for taking care of his mother. So if he's getting this check and he's hiring non-certified nurses, he's taking the cheap way out. You know what I'm saying? So he is neglecting his mother all around.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. If he's paying out certified people to take care of his mother, that's not neglect. How would that be neglect? That doesn't make any sense. If he's paying out certified people to take care of her, that's not neglect. Now she's okay. That makes no sense. I'm going to pay medically trained professionals to help you, and therefore I am neglecting you. What? Mentions the same in the live stream. The liar was there. She could have done more while sitting there. Exactly.
And about Umar, she's saying that he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's a psychologist. He knows how to, mentally manipulate people and coerce people. If he can coerce and manipulate an older woman and a young girl into having sex with him and then handling them into working and letting them.
That's not coercion, though. And based on what both lanae and the younger 25-year-old has said, they weren't coerced at all. Lanae was stalking Umar, and this 25-year-old that we heard literally said that she initially approached him when she was 25. He said no, and then he later went on, and then she pursued him, and then eventually he went along with it. But his initial response was no, so I don't see how any of that is coercion. He didn't, from what I heard, he didn't threaten anything. Exactly, and she was fine with it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But she wants to portray it as it's coercion now.
Basically ignore the facts that the mother needs the help, not motherfucking Umar. You know what I'm saying? That goes to show.
Again, how is he ignoring the fact he needs help if he's paying out medical professionals to take care of her? Ignoring means I'm not going to give you shit. That's what ignoring means. But you're saying that he's been paying medical professionals to take care of her, therefore it's neglect, and he's coercing you, or your sister, and lanae into having sex because he's a psychologist. Okay.
So that, you know what I'm saying? Something is wrong here. Something is definitely wrong in this situation. And I
okay.
I said, am I here for the mother or am I here for myself?
Oh, okay. Not medically curt people, just any regular person. He get paid $15 a month to provide care he is outsourcing to individuals. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. But still, we could argue if he's, whether he should be just doing random individuals. But the fact that he's still paying people to take care of her, albeit not medical professionals as he should, isn't abandonment. I mean, I would agree completely that it's not right that you're just kidding random people and saying, hey, I'll pay you $15 an hour to take care of my mom. But I still wouldn't classify that as neglect, because you are technically making sure someone looks out for you, even if you're not doing it personally yourself, and you're paying them to do it. So is it irresponsible? Is it not right? Those are things we can discuss, but it's not abandonment in my view. And at least in my view, it's not abandonment.
Sister, and I am here for my sister. But it comes a time when you have to do the right thing. And I'm going to do the right thing every time, and I'm here for the mother. And I've been stating that from the beginning.
Basically, both of them did.
I was here for the mother, and she didn't.
I don't know if she did, though. Actually,
Tasha K wasn't even there for the mother.
To be fair, I don't know if Charmaine slept with her. I know that the sister did, but I'm not sure if Charmaine did. But it's also possible.
As much as I thought she would be, she brought the mother up to Siobhan about once or twice. She never, when it came down to my sister, she asked so many questions that she didn't get to ask Siobhan, and took the anger out on my sister. But in reality, no one asked for a well-being check. No, we don't know. We can't really clarify if a well-being check is being done. We can't say Siobhan was there when the well-being check was done. To me, it was there. No, all you can say is that Umar said, or the mother recounted having an experience. I'm so tired of these stories and y'all coming online and not doing anything about it. So I'm trying to figure out.
What can we do? Exactly. It's not negative. It's technically, it's just medical fraud. Huh. I don't know how that counts as Medicaid fraud. Okay, that's possible. I'm not an expert in that, so I'm not going to sit here and say I know, but I would definitely appreciate being told how it still counts as Medicaid fraud, because that's very interesting. But I'm definitely not ruling it out. But they're saying, how do you tell the entire internet, I'm tired of you not doing anything? What do you expect the internet to do? The internet is not the police. The internet doesn't have access to the home. The internet can't do anything. All we can do is record you as you tell us this is happening, and then hope that it reaches the ears of the law enforcement, and then they maybe do something, or it reaches the ear of anyone brave enough. I just don't understand. I just don't understand her argument there.
You're out. Are y'all dick-whipped? Are you being vindictive? Or is this really about the mother? But we already know what this is. It's about being dick-whipped and not being able to get that dick. It's about not having access to that mother's money anymore, to be able to walk all over her and not even report people getting the light bulb. People out here getting.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but you're also the one who participated in this, and you're still not doing anything. Like you just said yourself earlier, oh, we're not professionals, we can't confirm a welfare check, but you want the internet to do everything. No, you could have called somebody at any time. See, this is what I don't like. She's saying something that are very true, but she's also trying to hide her own culpability in it, and trying to be like, well, hey, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. You didn't do anything yourself too. You can be 100% right in what you're saying, but it's still equally true that you didn't do something. And that's what she's trying to do. She's trying to, the chair kick he gets through. Oh, so that's why it's fraud, because he's not providing the care. But okay, Miss Independent, I see you now. I see that. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's very valuable information.
Getting liposuction. People out here traveling the world. People out here eating good. But then again, you want to talk about she eating good too. The fuck you talking about she eating good? When you open up that refrigerator's stuck. So Umar must be doing what? Ordering out. And if he ordering out, what he ordering out? Processed food? What the fuck? Bitch, that's all.
And what is your point? Why would any of us care?
whole bunch of salt that lady don't even need. Umar, you need to let your mother go to paradise or go to a nursing home where she can live her life out in paradise. I'm pretty sure that'll be paradise for her rather than sit up in the same spot every day. Now, I feel like it's unethical.
Again, you didn't do anything, though. You can sit up here and say, fair fact, lanae didn't do anything. Other people didn't do anything. And that is all absolutely true. But you didn't either.
And more for y'all to keep on coming online and not taking accountability for your own actions because you all were the caretakers. You all were supposed to be taking care of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So what's happening here is she's putting everyone on flame, which is very good, but at the same time she's kind of doing it in my opinion to kind of avoid her own accountability as well, because she's not saying, oh, we're all equally guilty and this is why. She's just saying you guys aren't doing anything, the internet's not doing anything, and some of what she's saying is completely factual. Right. And it's like, you know, lanae has no shame. Nope. No. So Shemaine's not innocent is what I'm getting at. And I'm not going to and that fact's not getting lost to me just because she's putting a lot of pressure on other people who are equally guilty.
From Umar, if he's slow and autistic and you saw that he had problems, then you shouldn't have defended that mother when she needed y'all the most. We were in that.
Well, now hold that thought.
Can I chime in here a little bit, Mike?
I just want to tell, because I already know you're gonna respond to that. I just want to tell the people, please.
You got to stay off the internet, sweetheart. I'm not a caretaker.
Stay off the internet. You're literally on the internet right now. How do you tell somebody in a live stream you need to stay off the internet? Where are we at? You are literally on the internet. You are literally sitting here with me on an internet live stream, and yet they need to get off the live. They need to stay off the internet just because they, point out the flaws that you make. That makes no sense. No sense.
That's one. That's not even my profession. And I don't want you to think I'm trying to be combative with you, because this is something that's I'm very passionate with. So I've been in contact with the family. I have contacted people. This is known. I've talked to the head of PD.
No, we know that you said that before, but we don't know that you actually did it.
Hey. So this isn't, I think you are picking up a lot of the narrative that's online in the.
If it was me, I would have been EMT and got her in a hospital. Exactly. They keep trying to say, oh, we're not medical professionals, therefore we can't report. And that's not true.
Reason why I try to address those things, because I care very much about that woman.
If you
I was only in there. I did report it. I just didn't report it to the internet.
You also said to the internet that the report is anonymous and therefore we can't know that you actually said it.
If it's not your profession, why did you take the job?
Crazy.
Because the story that was given to me was that
don't think about the facts. Let's do what crazy lanae says. Alrighty. That
was not taking care of his mother properly. He was in between finding another service. So the way Tanya, do you know who Tanya and Rochelle are?
I don't care who are they though. But what do they?
Okay, we can't have a conversation because we gotta be able. So Tanya.
Imagine being told that. Hey, do you know who Bob is? No, I don't. Who's Bob? What does that have to do with the situation? Oh, I'm sorry. We can't have a conversation then. You got to learn who Bob is, and then we'll talk. Who says that? Genuinely, who says that? First establish. Yeah, it's a lie, since she has family ties, right? And I mean, think about that. Hey, chat. Do you know who George Washington is? Nah. Okay, well, we can't have a conversation now. You need to learn who George Washington is. That You're not even establishing why it would even be relevant if I know this person or not. And then you're just immediately shutting down the conversation.
And Rochelle, I'm gonna send you the text messages.
Yes, she
link
is.
So you can
Fully.
Tanya and Rochelle are from the agency. The way that this was pitched to me was that
Tanya and Rochelle are from what agency? You just said from the agency. Is this Men in Black now? Are we just going to talk about agencies and go back to theys and whos? And then when we ask who is they, it's just going to be we don't know?
he needed help. He needed help with his mother. He needed somebody to come in that he could trust. And so I did that.
Well, clearly he didn't trust you because he didn't retain you.
I felt like it couldn't have been too hard because he lied to me about
She
her
does.
condition.
She does,
But
Scott,
Siobhan,
so
you
badly.
didn't go
Wait,
in.
hold on, because I let you. We weren't designed to be combative.
You're right.
We were designed to kind of get some things, worked out. So you're a little indoctrinated by the internet, and
because she put you on blast and because she didn't just immediately agree that you were important, suddenly she's been indoctrinated by the internet. Yep. She will now join the Borg collective. Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated. Argument is irrelevant. Exactly. Don't talk to me if you don't know who SpongeBob is. That's a good one, academic.
Before you continue, I'm not gonna do too many interject. I'm gonna let y'all go, but please be respectful with one another. And I did not know this conversation was going to lead to where it at now. But as long as everybody be respectful, get what's off your chest out. But I did not expect this to go this way. But
this wasn't the tone that we were coming in on. We were trying to.
But it's all good.
Since
we here, address it.
I know that you were trying to come in on a tone that was sincere and stuff, but the actions.
No, not on sincere. I came on a fact find.
I know.
What facts? You literally told her that if she didn't know these two random women, then you couldn't talk to her. So what facts?
What you're trying to say, that the things that you have done were not out of you didn't mean to put this woman in harm.
No, I didn't put her in harm.
You didn't put her in harm, but okay, you're saying that you didn't put her in harm, but I just want to know why you didn't make a well-being check when you were there by yourself. And plus, I just want to add on that you had sex with Umar before you were hired. So you were hired off of lustful tendencies, but you go ahead.
And let her respond without over talking, please.
Yeah, and even if it has to be muted. So
Trey brought up the fact that she on his own live about how she's like even making these snide comments, like even if she has to be muted, and it's like the same is true for you. You're over talking, and this is just what I'm going to add on my own sense. You're over talking as well, and you're making personal insults, saying, "Oh, you're indoctrinated by the internet." Oh. Now mute her if she doesn't be quiet, So you're not providing decorum either, Lanae.
Did him a solid as a favor. I don't look at it like that, but you could take that way if
she
you
has
like.
to pop everywhere. Is
but
insane.
Once I came in, I chopped everything up to circumstantial. When I came in, he said that the nurses, and I have this via text. The nurses were doing this to his mother. He had to get rid of that service, and I was under the impression.
The nurses were doing what, Lanae? You're not explaining what they did necessarily. You're just saying that, you're literally trying to argue that trained professional nurses had to be getting rid of to allow you, the unregistered, unprofessional nurse, to be able to receive any type of service. And that narrative makes no sense. If anything, what needed to have happened is you and Charlemagne and anybody else who did not have a medical degree or license should have been kept away, and the nurses should have been kept. That's how it should have gone.
Impression that everything had already been taken care of on his end. He was just needing someone to fill in between one, finding another person to come into care. Okay. So this wasn't on lustful tendencies because I didn't need to take that on myself. That was a lie. I did that as a favor, I thought, to someone.
What? You had sex with him as a favor? You had sex with him as a favor? Who says that? Who tries to frame the fact that they slept with someone not as a lustful thing, but as a favor? That is a whole nother level of delusion. Because that's wow.
Who needed it?
Wow.
Now, I just unmuted you. Hold on 1 second. I will say this about Siobhan. She, from what I remember, she definitely, even after not messing with Umar, she was still going back there because she was worried about her mother. So she did go there for the off the string.
That's a lie. We literally saw a text message where lanae was angry at being sent back, and then Umar sends her a text 3 days later telling her to come back, and she comes back. Nowhere in that text message is she saying, "Is your mother okay? Does your mother need help?" He just says, "Come on back. Will you be available at this time?" And she says yes. So that's not true. She didn't come back because she was concerned for the mother. She came back because Umar texted her to come back. Gross, right. A nurse is not going to lose their license over Umar.
Strength of how the living conditions of his mother was. So she grew an emotional attachment to her at some point. So a lot of the times when she went back, it was due.
No, Post. It's not out of attachment. It was obsession. Her best weapon to get with Umar was the mother, and therefore the mother was basically just the object was an objective to get to what she really wanted, which was Umar. It wasn't out of genuine attachment, though.
To the relationship and the living conditions.
My sister as well, but it still does not justify the actions that were implemented. When you I understand what you're saying, but I'm not saying that this is a crime because you are non-certified nurses. You all don't really know the regulations.
It's not a crime to take care of.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime. I wouldn't say a crime. But if we were to use a crime as an example, you do not have to have the mindset. You don't have to say, "Oh, I want to commit this crime," or "Oh, I feel this type of way." No, you can go into a crime blindly and not knowing that you're committing one. But when you commit one, you're negligently and you're recklessly committing.
What crime was committed, sweetie? What crime?
There's no crime. I don't know if you feel
it's completely typical lanae, ignoring exactly that she's trying to use an analogy. She wants back for more of stop drinking and take the bottle away. Literally misrepresented. She's literally everywhere. Here's the reality of it is she's trying to use an analogy, and anybody who's understands she's just using an analogy to make a point. Lanae is just intentionally being like, what crime? And taking it literal.
So that there was a crime. I don't say that there was a crime, but I do feel like there was negligence committed.
Well, I've already been in contact.
But I can say that I have seen your story with Tasha K. I do want to ask you or break down
that's what it is.
A little bit. I just want to break it down just a little bit because I broke your whole story all the way down, and I feel like both your stories.
Before you go ahead, I'm going to let.
So this is more about drilling me in front of everybody.
I got to mute both of y'all. I have to mute both of y'all. Hold on.
Now Lanae is trying to portray it as an attack, which is ironic because I don't know if it was this one or it was maybe I could be wrong, chat, but at some point Lanae put in a post saying, "Hey, we're okay, everything is fine. Thank you for the interview," stuff like that, saying that was a wonderful interview. I don't know if it was this one or if it was the one before that, but I think it was no, it had to be this one because the other one. No, it has to be this one. So Charlemagne roasts her and brings up all these facts and it gets very hostile. And now Lanae is saying, "Oh, so this is about drilling her." And yet later on, lanae posts a thing saying it was a wonderful interview. So what do you guys think of that?
Nobody can hear you anyway. I'm muting both of y'all. This is not where I wanted this conversation to go. But what I'm going to say is
Paranoia, bootleg moonshine.
We didn't even finish
But it's the
about
truth.
your sister. So this was supposed to be exposing your sister. I think that's the wrong word to expose your sister, but say the things that your sister was hiding from the public because she really threw herself at him. I don't want to even tell the people our off the record conversations because the shit that you're gonna say, she's pretty much some of it she told me. So I knew she basically targeted Dr. Umar, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Just from the conversation we had before we even went live.
Well, there's no doubt that she targeted him because, you know, she kept texting him for months and months and he'd barely respond to it at all. And it would be usual crap of saying, are you breaking up with me? Because I want to know, I'm fine with it, blah, blah, blah. And then immediately texting him afterwards. So we know. And then she's going out telling everybody that, you know, she has information against Umar and blah, blah, blah. And she's literally said Umar is her prey. So going after her going after Umar is an understatement of the century.
But let's not, I mean, if you have questions for Siobhan, cool. Just be respectful. And let's not just stay on this subject on her because this is not what this conversation is about. We're talking about your sister as well. All right. So, Siobhan, I'm going to ask you real quick. Do you want her to go over that list? Or was
this is a bad look, Mike. I'm going to tell you right now. I thought this was going to be.
But you said later that it was a great interview. Now you're telling Mike it's a bad look?
And I get where you're coming from.
Oh,
but we did this on the strength of helping the situation. This a different person. She's not the person that was directly in contact. Right. There's a lot of information that she can't answer. And then I don't want to be dealing with somebody that has.
But you never asked a question so far. And it's only 15 minutes into the interview. So what do you mean questions she can't answer? There wasn't any questions asked of her. Not by you, at least.
Been indoctrinated by the internet, like comments and stuff. She's not. Okay, so we're not talking.
Where do you even get this indoctrination from argument? Who indoctrinated who? How do you get indoctrinated by comments? I don't help me understand that, guys. How do you get indoctrinated by comments? I don't understand. Do I join the comment army? Am I being forced to watch them 24/7 at the end of a hallway? I'm confused. How is anybody indoctrinated? I don't know.
About my sexual relationship with Umar, we're talking about what happened with his mother in the house because the same things that you're pitching to me, you knew about this stuff. You guys were in the home before
I wasn't in the home. I never knew about this. I knew
you were aware of what was going on in the home.
I'm actually for once, because Umar exposed, Umar exposed. And here's the thing. On this one instance, I'm actually going to side with lanae. Charmaine was in on it. All three of them are in on it. All three of them are chasing clout. All three of them, and I'm not talking about the host Mike. I'm talking about the three women. All three of them are literally chasing clout, trying to tell the internet, oh, we're victims of Umar. Please believe me. Please like and subscribe. Please support me. And the reality is, trust me, they are. Because if you actually saw their original interview with her and her sister, it's very clear that they're no different than lanae. They're really no different. They might sound different. She's making a lot of good points. This I'll grant her, but she's trying to pretend like she didn't know anything about this and that she's not as guilty as the rest of them. She is. It's all a ploy to get clout. Front and back. None of them are worried about the mom. None of them really care if she gets help or not. They are just trying to play the blame game at this point for a crime they're all guilty of. And when I say crime, I'm talking morally. I don't mean legally.
The victim's name. I wasn't a
We
worker
were
there.
aware of what was going on in the home, sweetheart.
That's why I'm here
You
now.
were
Why I
aware.
have the evidence and the proof.
I
Right.
was
So
aware you were FaceTiming your sister. You
I'm not
can see
saying
the
you're
wording,
wrong.
the
I'm not saying
mess.
you're wrong. If
Listen,
you want to
hold
pick out one person, you must pick out the other because you both were there.
listen, at the end
No,
of the
baby, that's
I'm not
not.
saying
We
that you
weren't
were
there
at
under
fault.
the same
I'm not saying
pretense.
that one is worse
Your
than
sister was.
There's no conversation to be had when two people are talking at the same time. You guys notice that? If two people are over talking each other, you'll understand nothing.
There because she wanted to have, she wanted to link with Umar. I was there as helping out as a friend.
no,
I wasn't there because I was stigmatized.
A sexual friend. And yes, it was. We have text messages to prove that now. It was in fact that you were doing it for that reason. We literally have a text message of you saying that you're addicted.
You muted. Hold on.
We're not having the same conversation.
She's still talking. Now, I did not know this live was gonna go the way this is going, y'all. But I'm gonna try to read directly.
I know. I think you guys excited too. That's why I asked you to get to.
Right. I don't know. What we're gonna do right now is revert to the initial.
I think this was done on purpose.
We can go back to the initial question.
Let's go.
Now she's trying to make it a conspiracy. Everyone's coming on the internet lying. Yep. It's the age of lying, everybody. The age of lying internet. But what gets me the most is she's now trying to portray this is a setup. This is a manipulation because the other one, Charlemagne basically, or Shemaine, basically got him. Yeah, basically you can't. And where what it really comes down to is she's trying to portray Shemaine basically put lanae on blast, and she can't really refute what she's saying, and so she's now trying to spin the narrative of, oh, this is a setup, this is uncivilized, etc., etc. Because I didn't know I was being interacting with an indoctrinated person. Honestly, yeah, honestly, I can. Yeah, that's you know what's actually interesting, Independent? It's very interesting how things are going these days because, if you try to get an office job or if you try to get, a job as a janitor or something like that, at least in my state, they'll pay you anywhere from 12 to 13 an hour. But if you go work for Burger King, they'll pay you $20 an hour. That's the crazy part. So if I truly wanted to, I could actually go work for Burger King. They hire literally everybody, or McDonald's or whatever, and I could be making $20 an hour flipping burgers or doing whatever the heck they want me to do over there, as opposed to if I wanted to be an office clerk or if I wanted to do something in administration, they'd pay me significantly less for it. Isn't that crazy?
To your sister.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's continue with your sister.
Very weird.
And we have to be very cognitive of this is supposed to be a structured interview.
Okay.
And
Absolutely.
we keep it that way. So now continue with
Sorry
your
about that, guys.
sister.
Okay.
And leave Sharon out of it.
Okay. Because when I called you, okay, I told you that I was going to pick out both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you did tell me that you had questions for her as well, but I don't want this to lead to.
She's not asking questions. She's
right,
making,
she has her own opinion about her sister's story and your story.
That's
and
fine. I want her to ask questions. I don't care about her opinion, respectfully. I just want to.
You want her to ask questions, but you don't care about her opinion? Then why do you want her to ask questions then? You don't care about it.
Know what
I
questions.
don't want to state an opinion. I just want to ask questions about interviews and the times that you guys were there and why reports were not done. That's just all. I don't want
the reports, and I'm trying to tell you, reports were done. The
Okay.
paramedics.
Anonymously, which means we don't know if they were done or not, because by their very nature, no one knows them.
Came. Did you know that? Did
No,
your
I
sister
I
know
did
that,
know
that the paramedics
they
came?
said that there was a well-being check done, and
No, I'm not talking about a well-being. I called
Wow,
the paramedics.
that's crazy
I
independent.
know she said that someone came in and they checked her body and stuff like that.
No.
So
See, that's what I'm saying. That's not correct. I called the paramedics. I left the door open with the light on, and I let the paramedics inside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but your story keeps flipping from nobody came to the door, there was no welfare check and wellness check, and then you'll later on flip and say that you let the paramedics inside and you took the L for Umar because you made them think it was you who left the house in such a dirty condition. So, I mean, no matter what we hear from you, you're just going to lie.
So
And why
there's
was
body cam footage
the
of what I'm
house?
sure.
I just want to know if the house is so filthy and the paramedics were there, and you're saying that, okay, if well-being checks were done, then why did you guys bring this online? And she was not removed from the home, and there's no problem with it. Because I know for a fact there are issues within the home.
But
And you knew that before I got there. That's what I'm saying.
At the end of the day,
You knew that before I got there.
Why do you have to be so loud? You even interrupt the host. You interrupt anybody who ever talks to you. You are loud. Loud. And annoying.
Who, me?
So you
I
knew
knew
that it wasn't circumstantial.
You knew Umar before my sister.
You knew what was going on. You knew why your sister was
Umar 2 years before my sister. My sister.
Facts. We're all clear. You do care about people's opinions because that's why you're a full-time gig now. Stop the lies. Exactly. It's called a wellness check. Exactly. So that girl is not the new caretaker. They're not new caretakers. They're former caretakers. I think they titled them the last caretakers or something like that. Because they're not taking care of the mother currently. I think from what I understand, they just did at one point in time alongside lanae, and they stayed longer than lanae, if I'm understanding correctly. But that's just my understanding. Don't quote me on that.
Has known Umar for a year.
Okay, so sweetheart, then that's the problem. You need to be asking yourself these questions.
I really want to know.
This ain't looking good for you, baby girl.
we can do this.
And now there's the condescending.
2 years, right? And you were taking care of his mother from July, right, to June to July, and you didn't notice any conditions. You didn't make any reports doing that. When were the reports made? That's all I want to know.
I absolutely knew what was going on, but again, as I said earlier, I thought it was circumstantial. So I'm thinking,
what would it being circumstantial? That doesn't answer the question. It's either she asked when you made the report. Saying that it was circumstantial doesn't tell us when.
that this is due to a man traveling.
Let her finish.
Everything is scheduled.
That,
I'm listening to lies from someone.
Siobhan.
I'm
That's
listening to lies from someone.
Now she's not even listening to the host. The host is trying to bring some kind of order in this, and she's not even listening. She's just gone full bore lying now.
Who is lying about what is happening?
No,
I didn't even know
I
your
looked at the interview. I got this information from the interview.
Hold on. Again, see, you trying to be fast, and I'm gonna say it again. Please be respectful, and then we are.
She can ask me anything she wants. Just listen.
Right, you have to listen, and then on top of that, y'all, we getting off subject on the main corporate of this fucking situation.
But I'm trying to make this work. So, and I don't have no problem answering any questions. So the time
She's following the logic that if you be the loudest voice in the room, you'll be the one most listened to. I think that's her logic.
that I was there, Champagne, I was there under false pretenses. Absolutely, I saw the house. Absolutely, I talked to him. I told him, he told me I was catastrophizing. The first time that I was there, I was not there.
Stop making up those goddamn fake words. Use English. What do you mean? What the hell, castifying? What does that even mean? And why are you doing this sob story? I'm so, yeah, I was catastrophizing. Shut up. We don't care about your fake tears. We want to know the truth, and you're not answering the question.
As long as what you think. But he told me that the problem was there.
The bottle was sitting in the bloodstream. Exactly.
The nurses before me left everything like this. I said, okay, no problem. We can fix this. And I started a box. I don't know if you listen to my other interviews, but I said, hey, we're going to minimize.
She literally just told you she got her information from the other interview. So what do you mean you don't know if she listened? She just literally told you 2 seconds ago that she did.
You out. We're going to get rid of this stuff. I started a box. I start throwing things away. I start cleaning things up. Have you ever seen that fridge? I told him you can get a fridge. We can get a cheap fridge to put in here. I was under the impression that he didn't know how to fix the problem. And I came in there.
But you told us that you did your best to get him to fix the problem. Now you're saying you didn't know that he could. You're saying you didn't have confidence in his abilities. Why were you trying to get him to do it you wanted him to do then if you didn't have confidence in his abilities?
To rectify. He didn't want to fix it. He didn't want to change anything. So let me just say this, because a lot of people will weaponize aging against people instead of giving them first a chance to fix it on their own, I went in there.
Lanae, no one mentioned about age until you brought it up. So no one weaponized it.
To try to help him. You understand? In the meantime, I took very good care of that woman in the conditions.
We must make a posted warning that Lanae is by a fact the reason why America has raised its alcohol consumption level by at least 23% this year alone. Thank you. Thank you, Lanae.
That she was in. I attempted to help.
And before you respond, Champagne, then we have to understand that this man is bringing somebody who is oblivious to his household living situations.
Absolutely.
And so you're going to go off of what he's explaining, and it's going to take some time to really put wraps around exactly what the situation really is. You understand what I'm saying? So I can tell you anything. So he was leading people on. So we have to put all of those things in perspective, that he was playing games with every damn female that he had in his motherfucking house. Now, I'm not sticking up for anybody, but let's be fair on both sides. And once you finish.
Yeah, except host, I think you're a little late to the party on the fact that Umar, and this is just to be fair, Umar wasn't really manipulating Lanae. He just basically, you know, she contacted him, they hooked up, they had sex for a while, and then it became a sort of like business relationship for a while. Lanae became increasingly stalkish. He started ignoring her, losing interest and distancing himself, and Lanae kept getting progressively worse and worse and worse. So it's not really that he was manipulating every other woman that was there. It's just more along the lines of Lanae portrayed that scenario to make it seem that way because she was mad that Umar didn't want to talk to her anymore.
This back and forth, we're going right back to your sister. So this is not going to be an interrogation. All right?
Crocodile tears, academic.
Please
crocodile tears.
And just be respectful when Siobhan responds to whatever you have to say right now. Please be respectful.
You never found any proof of the nurse aides being there. You never found any proof of any prescription bottles, did you?
I never saw, you're right, what you said about him feeding her supplements. I never saw any prescription drugs in there.
You don't need a prescription for supplements. You can literally just buy them at a Rite Aid, and supplements are not, they're not really they are a type of medicine, but they're not like, you don't need a prescription generally for supplements. They're just meant to, as the name imply, supplement. Vitamin D supplement. Your iron, your blood, your vitamin D is low, so they're going to give you a supplement that recharges your vitamin D count because you're just not naturally producing enough. That's all it does. It's not going to cure any illness, and it certainly doesn't require a prescription.
And at the time, I did not research what MS was. I did actually tell him that his mother was sundowning. I even came out and told
Yeah,
people,
it's a moment she
she's
can't be in
sundowning.
control.
She has, well, she might be sundowning. She might have dementia. He didn't want to hear that. I told him he needed to get her in to see a neurologist. He didn't want to hear it. He wouldn't listen to me. So I'm trying to cope.
It wasn't your decision to make. You're crying like, oh, he didn't listen to me. It wasn't your decision. You can suggest it, but it wasn't your decision.
Somebody who has an ego bigger than me, like trying to coax him into doing the right thing before I have to take drastic measures on a man that can publicly come out and say anything he wanted to say about me.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this narrative correctly, you're saying that you're saying that if he didn't follow your suggestions, you were going to take radical action. So you were trying to dictate everything.
And it stick. And if you think I'm lying, look what he's doing now. It's sticking.
I just want to know, why did you start messing with Umar if you knew he couldn't even give you a diagnosis for your son? How would you think that he can diagnose his mother or treat his mother?
I didn't know that. When I first started dealing with Umar, I thought it was due to busyness, not the fact that he wasn't able to.
So that means you went to him for help, and the first thing out of your mouth wasn't, "Can I see your qualifications?" That would have been the first thing I think logically you'd want to do if you were calling to somebody specifically to help your kid. The first thing that you'd want to ask is, what is your qualifications? And then you'd want to show proof, track record of how many people you've helped, your actual license. Which, by the way, Lanae, he wouldn't have been able to actually help your son anyway because he was only a school psychologist. He did not have a license, nor does he have a license to practice privately. So he legally could not have done so. So it was actually smart on him not to, because then it would have been illegal. He didn't have a license to practice psychology privately. He didn't have a license to practice it privately.
And I felt like from the drive, this is the other thing, what most people skip right over.
I'm trying to understand because you can't make sense out of the nonsense. I know.
I brought him back to Kansas City. The talk I had with him in the car, it wasn't even an option.
Yeah, you're probably right, academic, and that's the worst thing you could ever do. Using your son is diabolical and indicates mental instability to the max. Yeah, because then you don't really see your son as somebody who needs your protection or help. You basically see them as a means to get what you want. You're using a pre-existing condition to get them to fulfill a need that you want over the need of the person.
For him to diagnose my son, and he wasn't going to do that anyway. My son was already diagnosed. He couldn't be around my son. He wasn't the person for my son. So he never met my son, ever. He didn't even meet my son at the event.
Which means you decided to stick with him long after your original goal for, meeting him in the first place was not achievable. So your objectives changed.
Eddie said no, it was no.
Now, how many
That's
more?
how it is co-parenting. I'm sorry if the dad says no and it's a male child. That's how I parent. Your daddy said.
Well, it's not really a matter of how you parent. It's a matter of, regardless if it was male or female, if the dad says no, and you have joint custody, he has a say so. It's not about gender.
No, it's no.
How many questions you have for her? Because we're not gonna make this a whole live on that. Just to get this out the way.
If you want to ask me questions, you can ask me questions.
All right. Go ahead.
Do you know who Tanya and Rochelle are?
No, I'm not that deep into it.
Okay. Let me just ask you, do you know of any agency that came in there?
No, I don't know of any agency.
Do you know that do you know or remember of anyone coming and like literally laying eyes on his mother?
Nope, that's what I was asking my sister. No.
So they made the wellness checks. There should have.
Oh, and guys, by the way, if anyone ever wants to get up and chat and give their voice and what they want to, say, the link's in the description. I mean, the link is not in the description. Sorry, the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and say something themselves, I believe that it's open to the people.
Been some that came. I know she was told not to answer the door. I'm not worried about that, but if she did witness them actually coming in the house and laying eyes on her, that was something that I wanted to ask her.
That's what I wanted to know as well. Like, why, if you guys didn't know that there was someone that laid eyes on her,
saying that the other parent had to be reasonable because of her. Yeah.
I didn't know any of that until after me and him got into it and I came out.
Now,
after I came out, well, before I came out, I hotlined. Once I hotlined, I came out, but I didn't tell the public I hotlined because we wanted to catch him off guard. Actually, I hotlined him a few times. And then I talked to the head of the Department of PDA, and she told me that I would have to keep hotlining because every time they don't answer the door, it's coded as an inability to locate. So
ignoring the fact that we don't know that you ever actually met them or said anything, they are not going to tell you to continue to call because you understand they waste resources doing that. Every time they send out an agent, they waste gas, they waste other areas where they could actually be helping people. If you quote unquote hotline, you can't just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. They will get tired of it. They will consider it fraudulent at some point, and you could face jail time. You can't waste city resources on something you can't verify. So, or something you're not going to aid because you're just going to hide behind the door and never open it. You will get in trouble. So I highly doubt they ever said keep hotlining it. And even why just keep doing it if the result is going to be they're going to show up and then they're going to find nothing there and then they can't do anything. Right. This is not her ready for class again, making up info on the fly. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, because we also made a well-being check and they were unable to give us an update on the case as well.
Yeah.
As soon as I received the evidence, I made a well-being check. And I was able to receive her name. I was able to get the address and the perpetrator, all that. I gave them that information. They told me to call them back in 2 hours, and they were unable to get into the residence. So what happened when your sister was there? If there were.
Sorry, when your sister was there.
My sister was there. She was saying
about the wellness check. So take us through those steps. What did she tell you? Because these questions is actually for your sister. She pulled out everybody. Just coming in. The sister pulled out. Mia pulled out. So, but when she was there and she had those wellness checks was conducted, can you explain what happened during those visits? What authorities said about the situation and who conducted it?
Wellness checks were never done.
They never said
experiences from the mother and from Umar speaking out his mouth saying that a wellness check was done. But my sister is not really sure on whether they were really done or not.
So all this
I can tell you from having the camera there on the scene, Umar did not answer the door. He lied.
Yeah, she would say that. Umar would say, don't answer the door for anyone. And she was scared. She was like, I wonder who he's hiding out from. You know what I'm saying? She would say things like that.
It's a good question because that's the same. We've always seen her in that same suit. I don't know why, but I don't really care at the same time. The thing that I was wondering is, why is it every time she's on camera there's always attitude? Like right now her attitude is in the right place, but there's always attitude no matter what. 3 interviews I've seen that lady, and every time she's angry.
But if she was definitely not supposed to answer the door for the police or anyone that came to that door, and he also wouldn't let her answer the door for any family members as well.
Right.
So that goes to show that she's being basically hidden or not. I wouldn't say tortured, but neglected, because he won't allow anyone else to come see her condition.
Okay.
Again, it's technically not neglect. You can argue it's neglect, but the fact she's being cared for and by paid individuals like you prevent it from being neglect. Now, Independent made a good point that it's probably Medicaid fraud because he's getting paid for taking care of her when he's not, but it's still not neglect.
Yeah, she's telling the truth on that. She's
Right. Now, I want you to expound more of what your sister said about the living situation, because as we see the video right here, his mother sleeping in the living room, correct? So was she sleeping in the living room when you was there at the time, Siobhan? Was his mother sleeping in the living room?
Yes, and I think I sent you this old text message. She doesn't have
she
a
sleeps
proper
in that
bed
chair all the time.
Hold on, let her finish. Say it again, Siobhan.
She didn't have a proper bed for her condition, and I didn't know that until I FaceTimed my girlfriend, because she's an RN. This is when she couldn't stand any longer, and she slid down on the floor. So
I have doubts that she wasn't at the house, because Lanae herself is saying that all 3 of them were there. And, I don't believe Lanae as far as I can throw her in most cases, but I think all 3 of them, and this is just my opinion on the matter, I think all 3 of them are clout chasers. So I think that she was just as much in it as her sister was, taking care of the mother, and she's just trying to excuse herself from blame by just saying, hey, Lanae's the one doing all this, Lanae's the one doing all this, and I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm thinking when she's saying all those things she's saying about Lanae and her actions, she's right, but I don't think she's as innocent as she says she is, because the way I look at it is they're all on here for clout chasing. Her sister, everything. And she was a witness to what her sister said. I heard the sister said that she's not there, and she was a witness to what her sister said. Well, I don't have evidence that she was or she wasn't there, so I'll classify it under hearsay, because there's no physical evidence either way. I just think that all 3 of them are involved in a clout chasing thing. The sisters are just turning on Lanae because they want to get the attention that Lanae got, because they want to become victims too. That's just how I look at it. Pretty much. Some of it's not hearsay because we have some evidence, but not everything is hearsay. But we have some evidence of some stuff that they're not talking about, like the text messages, the constant staying, the constant communication between Umar and her, except it was mostly just Lanae contacting Umar and Umar ignoring her. That stuff isn't hearsay. But whether she was in, Shemaine was there or not, I still see her as a clout chaser.
Sat on the floor next to her, and we waited on the paramedic, because she's dead weight. She's about the size that I am. I couldn't get her back up. Umar sees the camera right there. I called him and I texted him, called him, texted him, and then I just opened the door and left the light on.
This is his prayer room right here, right? Because it says ancestral ancestry spirit, something like that. So this is the room, and he got cans and shit because it's stinking it. What's in there? Like,
don't forget that thing that goes up the stairs. She's supposed to be able to get on the thing that slides up the stairs.
Yes.
The sliding thing. He didn't even get that fixed yet. So
that's been broke since 2020. I looked at the sticker on it. There's a sticker on it. It's been broke since 2020.
And I'm not sure about the outside of the house, but there is something that's supposed to go down, and she's supposed to be able to get in the wheelchair and go out the house. But
I need to tell you this, and she can probably verify this. The way, if you go back downstairs, like go back from the video, there is a curtain when you first walk into the house. That is not a window. That's a door. That door goes to a lift.
Yeah, to the lift.
The front door is too narrow to
What is her point?
to take a wheelchair out, so she has a lift. How if it's blocked with that couch, right? This was all blocked with stuff when I was there. But if that's blocked with
Hearsay, we don't know that for a fact.
the couches, how is he getting her in and out of the house?
He's not taking her in and out the house.
He's
And
not
one
taking
thing-
her nowhere.
One thing about that bed, I just
It's
really don't
infinity
wanna say
fraud.
What I'm saying. I know
let's-
she's not laying in the bed because my sister verified it to me. She said most times I'm laying in the bed because she doesn't use it.
That bed
She's
is
been sitting in that chair.
Yep, she's staying in the chair.
Yep. I knew it.
I don't think Umar even really wants her to move her out the chair when he's not there.
Nope. Because he said that so many times, I'm not saying this is true, but I'm telling you what he told me, is that they have dropped his mom so many times. So, yeah.
Okay, so wait a minute, I'm confused. Are we saying that he's neglecting her because he's keeping her in the chair? Or are you arguing that he's keeping her in the chair because every time he's had somebody get help, they've wound up accidentally hurting her? Which, I mean, again, he should be paying actual nurses to take care of his mom or actually be in a nursing home, as Shemaine suggested. But nevertheless, the point is like, think about it from this perspective. You're hiring these people who are not medically trained professionals, and you don't want your fragile mom to be hurt because they're not medically trained on how to handle fragile people. So, you know, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot with this narrative because ding, 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 you're not medical professionals. And therefore it makes sense when he says a lot of people have dropped him because they have dropped her because they are not even supposed to be doing this. They are not medical professionals.
And his mother, she's just distorted. She's not really there in the way she speaks. Sometimes she can speak, like if you ask her a direct question, like my sister said, but really she's just yelling out different things. So, you know, it's something that needs to be treated. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's not only mental, but it's physical as well. And she's had those sores for way too long for you to be still sitting here calling yourself a psychologist and a doctor. Your mother needs help.
And he begged me to come.
And you two were in the prime position to do it, and you have not done it. Your sister was in the prime position to do it, and you have not done it. So that's where I pretty much get tired of hearing them say, the mom needs help. The mom needs help. Then help her. Oh, unfortunately, I can't. And here comes infinite excuses for why you didn't do what you could have done, or we're not medical professionals, so there's nothing we can report. It's all a bunch of bull. If she needed help, then you had a moral obligation to help. If you did not do so, that's on you, not Umar. If you say Umar needs to help his mother, then you're saying that you willingly left a neglected woman. And now you want to go on the internet and have us feel sympathy. Just to get real about it, there's no more free nursing homes. They start at $4,000 a month after insurance, so that's not a realistic goal. Oh, wow. Yeah, so nursing home isn't even realistic, but getting nurses to come around the clock for assisted health it would be realistic, I think. But yeah, you're probably right about the nursing home thing. They probably aren't free. They're certainly not free in California.
Back. I didn't want to go back. He begged me in the hotel. He was like, come back because you're the only person that's getting my mother's bottom healed.
Okay, we have no evidence of that. What we do have evidence is that you sent him a long angry text, and And then he said right, 2 messages about 1 to 2 messages asking if you'd be available at certain periods of time. We didn't see any begging. I don't believe you.
And I said, okay, I'll come back over there. I said, quit changing her nurses, and we got to do something about the house.
My sister would always say, like, every time she went back, things just got worse.
Yeah, the house it did not look like that when I went there. It looked worse.
I was going to ask you that question.
All the time. Oh, it looked worse. It looked worse. It looked worse. Who cares if it looked worse? The fact is, it's not worse now.
Mother's health.
Hold on, T. Let me ask you this question. So I wanted to ask you that same question, like far as the house, how it looks now. It was worse when you went there, or do it look a little bit better than when it was when you got there, or how does it look from the time?
Nobody's gonna raise their hand independent. Nobody.
Better than when I was there.
Damn.
Because that whole door was blocked with stuff.
Take it up with the hospital for facts.
You know the address, Mike. If you go to Google, look at that front door, you can see packages at the top of it.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Miss Independent. California is one of the only states that actually doesn't require people to constantly pay. So if you actually were extremely poor or in poverty, you can actually, no sympathy. Yeah, that's right. You could actually get nursing assisted care and hospital care, and we don't ever have to pay for it. Literally because we're too poor to pay for it. Me, myself, I've never paid for medical at any point in my life because I've never had to pay for it because I've literally been too poor to pay for it. No sympathy.
Right. Yeah.
So that means it's been packed up like that for a while. Now, the other lady that was out defending him said that a team of women went out there to clean up his mother's home. This is after I came out. They also called PDA and said that the mother is fine. We're making this up.
Yeah, I come to that suspicion too, Miss Independent, because you got to think about it. Yeah, she says that she's used to better living conditions, but think about it. If you live in such cleaner environments than the environment that you were in with Umar, how could you withstand staying there for even a day? Would you really be able to stay in a filthy environment that's very downgraded compared to what your normal pace of living is? I don't see that. Like if you live if you live in a house where it's spick and span, and you've done that for X amount of years, or that's how you've lived for your whole life, you are not just going to be able to move around and just go into a house that's completely filthy. You're not. It's not how it works. Hey, Scott, good to see you.
I'm scorned. But I've already worked with them extensive all the way to the point I have the social worker. Me and the social worker was calling each other personal phones.
Oh, before we continue, guys, I just want to say this. I'm sorry that I've been doing it randomly. Miss Independent really got me thinking about that I really should give you guys a time of when I'm going to get on, and I should actually, I need to do what everyone else is doing, and I need to set a time, because then it's not fair for a lot of other people who could be waiting and wanting, and by the time they find out, because of our different live schedules, not being able to participate. So thank you, Miss Independent, for letting me be aware of that, because I wasn't thinking from that point of view. And from now on, I will be actually scheduling my lives. So thank you for that. If spending the whole day working with the internet, she ain't cleaning. Nope. I wouldn't stay in that house. I would have been in a hotel rather than that. Exactly.
I think it's because they lack resources to place these people in better homes or better places.
That is
also, if she was placed in a nursing home, she probably would end up with the same or worse treatment than what she's receiving.
Wait a minute. She earlier said that it would be paradise compared to what she was dealing with. Now she's saying she'd be treated the same in a nursing home. Contradicting yourself, Shemaine.
But she can't stay there, honey, because that is for definite. She might get. I'm sorry.
It's going to get worse. And also, can you verify this? My sister would say every time she would cook, the thing would go off on the in the kitchen.
Smoke.
And I told her it might be carbon monoxide. She said she would get dizzy.
Yeah, because I had a blood, you know. Yeah.
Carbon monoxide is odorless though, so by the time you realize anything, and that's what I've heard. I've heard that carbon monoxide is not something you can really feel, and by the time it happens, you're done. So I don't think it would be carbon monoxide. I could be wrong, but I don't think it was carbon monoxide. What if she's more comfortable in the chair? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Good to see you, though, by the way, man. Welcome to the live. BHIS. Welcome to the live. I'll just call you BH.
I had a bloody nose and he started yelling because I didn't do the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my suggestion. And after this show, because I'm watching comments, the most important thing to continue this out, and I told the family the same thing, is to keep it offline and keep it tied up, but go and do what you're supposed to do in person. Because people will sit up there and say, nah, that ain't it. And then that woman will continue to stay in that situation.
Yeah,
you never know
exactly.
who's telling the truth and who's
Bed
lying.
sores.
And then the only person that's suffering is that person. You know what I'm saying? The lady. That's all. Nobody else is suffering. Everybody else living their life.
Common sense. And I'm sitting in the federal building now, so you know this. Common sense would
Wait a
tell
minute.
you
Wait a minute. What'd
to
she say? Go back.
And then the only person that's suffering is that person. You know what I'm saying? The lady. That's all. Nobody else is suffering. Everybody else living their life.
Common sense. And I'm sitting in the federal building now, so you know this.
She claims she's sitting in a federal building. There is no way. No way. How many of you believe her when she says, I'm sitting in a federal building, live streaming in a federal building, live streaming, where she's shouting, screaming, hollering, getting belligerent, being very loud? I don't think she's in a federal building, guys. I don't think she is. I don't believe that. This is sadly beyond where she's just making up material. And she's making up where she's at. She claims she's in a federal building. You are not going to be live streaming in a federal building talking for, let's see what time it is, 35 minutes and be uninterrupted. No one's going to let you do that in a federal building.
Common sense would tell you to overreact than underreact. If they
Live
go there
streaming.
and there's nothing wrong, everything's fine, then put my name on it. Put my name on it, and they can come and arrest me, and then it'll be harassment, through weaponizing a. I guarantee you, they get that woman.
Benji, I mean, but I'll just say 3198. I don't think that they wouldn't. Millionaires on gold. So here's the thing. 39198. Here's the thing. I actually looked into her supposed federal status, and her payroll only extends from 2019 to 2023. And she's also in multiple lives have made comments about her job in past tense as if she's not there anymore. And she's also lied about her tenure, saying she's been there for 12. So with all that being said, I would be hard pressed to believe anything she says about federal, because one, she hid YouTube about what her real job was, which was an IRS clerk. Two, her payroll, her public information only says from 2019 to 2023. So, and she's talked about her job in past tense. So I don't believe her anything when you, okay, Barbie, I'll call you Barbie then. The thing is that I found that her job was just an IRS clerk, and it only extends to 2019 to 2023. Google couldn't confirm if she was still working there or not, but she keeps talking about her job in past tense in a lot of lives. Trey Boy has noticed that in his when he was Money Boy Trey has noticed that when he went on lives. She did that on my lives, my reports. When I was doing my report that I posted on YouTube quite often, I think the report mentions her talking about her job in past tense, I think. But basically that's what's been noticed. So I don't believe her when she talks about anything federal, because she's hid her job. She's hid what her real job was. She's not, she's hid what her real job was. She's not been honest about how long she's worked there, and her job title is very low in the federal hierarchy. So that's why I'm very doubtful. Miss Independent.
And they get her to a hospital, do her some blood work. I guarantee you, he's gonna go to jail.
He is.
He's gonna go to jail.
But it seems like
that's why he's not letting the family take her out.
He's been getting away with this for too long.
Yeah, and I know why he knows what he's doing. I know what he studies. He's a Pan-Africanist, or he studies Pan-African-Americanism. And it's all about power and control and manipulation and coercion and superiority and inferiority, or subjecting one person to this so that you can capitalize off of that. And Umar, what you study, you claim you don't know what you're doing. My sister claims this, but he's implementing it with you all, with his mother. He's capitalizing off the resources, capitalizing off of he's having sex with his employees.
She's talking way too fast. It's hard to keep up with what she's saying.
You know, everything about Umar just is all over the daggone place. I don't even know if he really has a doctorate. Have you ever seen his degree?
Those are the questions that I wanted to ask. Did your sister ever tell you? Because I asked her when I interviewed her, did she see any degrees? And she said no. So nobody sees degrees of anything that he's talking about. So everything is just master manipulation. But what was the things that you was telling me that your sister was telling you?
Yeah, like if she's in a federal building, and that's another indication, Rosette. If she's in a federal building and that's where she works, wouldn't she be wasting her employment hours arguing with people online and making all this ruckus? And you don't even hear anything in the background either. So, you know, all indications is making me think and like Independent said, there's no indication she has a job. Everything just points to me that she's just saying it because she wants the term federal attached to her to make her more legitimate.
The reason why she was at Dr. Umar house, because of what? Because of money, right? Fully expound on all of that. Let's get to that.
Well, my sister, she going through some things, some trouble. Yeah, some trouble. And she just really found herself in a bad situation where she felt as though like the situation she was in was a better one than the one she was already in. So she profited. She took profit. She put her profit over the well-being. I feel as though both parties did, but I feel like the profit was put over the people because she was trying to get money for liposuction. But once she got that money for the liposuction, here we are, and I'm trying to figure out why did you come around.
She's 25. I mean, she's a young woman.
And I've been trying to talk to my sister. I've been telling her, listen, it's all about doing the right thing. That woman just
she may not understand the gravity of her
come online and say the truth about Umar. And I know it's because he's an older man. Maybe it's the way he stroked in bed. I don't know what's got your mind all entwined that you can't stick up for this lady. You know what I'm saying? The way that you're supposed to stick up for your mama or your grandmama. And it makes me want to cry. Just looking at those videos.
I know it's
and
bad.
I didn't even work there.
I left out of there in tears every
I'm
time.
sticking up for her. And you're not here with me.
It's bad, Mike. It's bad, and they need to arrest them women that were saying help. They need to arrest them.
I didn't even work there. And just hearing her on the phone, whooping and hollering, hearing her pain, the pain in her body while I'm sitting there soothing her over the phone. I'm saying it's
also important to note. It's also, as she says, it's important to note that the majority of Pan-African movement is all working hard to not work out, not obtaining employment. Exactly. Oh yeah, it's call it staying out of the they call it staying out of the system. I don't. She's online way more than any of us are. So I think people have a point when they point that out.
It's almost over.
Like I'll be transparent. I don't have a job. I am not employed. I have not been employed in years. I'm a college student, but I don't. But I have not been employed in years, and that's how I have time to devote 4 or 5 hours. Because I'm a college student. So that's how I have so much time. I'm not employed.
I wish, and then here's the thing for people, because I'm looking, people think that I just started.
So what? I'm confused, Barbie. What are you confused of? What do you know? If you're not fully understanding the situation, then there's two things I suggest. You could go on my posts where I actually gave a file, a PDF that I generated and took screenshots to explain the situation. Or if you got the time, you can go to my previous lives and you'll actually see from beginning to end where this happens. I could also recommend that you go see Moneyboy Trey and watch some of his lives, because Lanae's been exposed on quite a lot of things. So if you're not familiar with the situation, I suggest going to those things to catch up. Yeah, she's lying about everything, and we have so much evidence that proves it.
Moving when I came out, people don't understand. These moves was made before I came out. The only reason why I even came out is because he was doing bullshit before I came out. I was fighting him in private. I was.
And we now know that's a lie, because we now saw those private messages, and you stupidly brought up your own private messages, all of which confirm a narrative that establishes he wasn't responding to you. Now you want to say that he was fighting, that you guys were fighting, and you even were talking about getting on about sabotaging Lennon months before you even spoke to him, and you even proved that you were speaking to Umar, albeit he was ignoring you as usual, well into June. So from the very beginning, you crafted this narrative because you wanted to infiltrate. You didn't want to expose. You wanted to infiltrate, and you were against Lennon the entire time, and none of us knew it.
Never going to take this to the internet.
But I know
I was never going to take it to the internet.
Do you think
The last trial, I posted the text. The last trial when I had all of them 215s.
Well, it's not necessarily that we've taken our attention off of him. It has to do with the fact that Umar, for whatever reason, has not been very active as of late. The thing is, what happened is, it was a domino effect. Marianne got exposed for lying, and then street corner preaching, right? So the thing is that when Marianne got caught lying, Lanae put herself in the situation, first joining the crowd of getting after Marianne and making sure you had accountability. And then at some point, I guess Lanae figured, well, if Marianne is ousted, then I'm next, because she also was making claims. So she made the very unwise decision to actually defend Marianne, and then started copying her rhetoric and what she was claiming. And then other people like me, Trey, and other people were starting to look at her with suspicion, and we began to look into it and search for evidence, and we eventually uncovered that she was not only lying to us for an extremely long period of time, but that she was lying to gain clout. That's what we discovered. So that's why things are kind of focusing on her. Continue your schooling. You are doing something. She's just on. Oh yeah. This is all just on the side. That's why I was posting saying, hey, maybe this just be a weekend thing, because I keep my real life and private life separate. That And I've explained in a video as Donald Trump, this is exactly why I won't give you guys real info about me. I'm not going to tell you, you know, who my name is. I'm not going to tell you where I live, because I keep my online and my real life completely separate, as I feel most people should. Umar is less active because he has two people working with him as diversions. maybe.
I know that you said that he brought you to his house.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. People think that it's a sexual thing. Why it took you so long to come out on Dr. Umar?
No, I was fighting him private.
No, it was a sexual thing. You were sending him sexual messages and he wasn't responding to it. And you were sending him photos. You even sent him a photo at one point that us guys are confused. We looked at the photos and we were like, there's nothing attractive to that. All you're showing is elbow. And elbow is not very attractive. But that's what you said. And the messages you've been sending him were very sexual in nature. So to say it wasn't, and you were still doing it even well after you went out to say you were exposing him. So saying that that's not what it was is that ship has sailed.
People, that's why I said all this is for awareness. But you can't listen to the internet. You got people out here that are going to, the only thing that their minds can compute is clout, image, and all that other weird shit. You have to listen to reason. Nobody is going to come out and put their name.
We don't have to listen to shit. We just have to see the evidence. You can talk and talk and talk and talk all you want, but that's not going to defeat what a text message says. And the text messages, which ironically come from you, aren't agreeing with what you're saying. They tell an entirely different narrative. You're just too ignorant to accept that fact, and delusional.
On something that house looks like that.
But I just
nobody wants to be married to nothing like that. You got to elevate your brain a little bit. We're talking about a woman.
Well, Umar never proposed to you, so I don't understand how marriage was even a consideration. And also, that's not when marriage. Well, first off, the question was if it was sexual shit that prevented you from going against him and coming out and reporting him for all these things. Now you're trying to twist the narrative about, oh, you can't marry, something like that. Nobody is talking about marriage. Marriage has nothing to do with this discussion. If you don't think what she wants you to think, you're an idiot, incapable of critical thinking. Yep, that's her narrative. That's her argument.
If you can see that, how come you can't fit the pieces of this story together and figure out that this woman is not in a good situation?
Because so it's really not about who had sex with who. It's not about what time was where. It's really.
It wouldn't matter if the family came out. I just talked to one of the family members. They said it wouldn't even matter. They're debunking.
Yeah, that's the thing. What little evidence she gives is very cropped, and it's literally so you can't see the whole narrative. Hence why we sided with her initially.
They debunked any damn thing that
can you go a little bit into detail?
We can't debunk it if it's true. That's what debunking is. You debunk something because in the end it's not true.
About what the family is saying, since you speak to the nephew, the aunts, and so forth, so on within the family. Expound on that one.
They are at this point, they're not trying to take the mother away from him. Like he can't see her, but she needs to get to a better space. He can still visit. So this is how you know this is messed up. It ain't about between him and his siblings. He's blocked the entire family. Anissa ain't even seen her. No nephews, no cousins, no nothing. What the hell they do?
Well, why the family is not doing anything? Well, I'm not saying
they are, but the process
what is it that they're lacking?
They have went and tried. I've sat on the phone with one of them because we were trying to get an ex parte between him and the mother. But you can't serve him because he won't open the goddamn.
You know, the thing is, Trey has pointed out multiple times at any point they could have just said no, and they didn't.
damn door. And
Well,
you can't bust up in that house.
hold that thought. He does have shows that he's going to do. He does promote where he's going to be. So
but they're in the mindset, Mike, this is a different type. They're in the mindset that the last time they were around him, he had Black Panthers around. They are in the mindset thinking that this man is more than what he is. They're thinking that they're not.
What does that have to do with anything? What? What the fuck does Black Panther? What? I'm completely lost. What is she talking about?
Gonna get
so they trying to say he on some gangster shit, so you can't even get up close to him because something may happen or something like that.
The last person that I talked to about this on this type of thing, he's already pulled guns on him. So the last time,
allegedly, without any proof, amazingly,
I talked to somebody about the fear of it. They said they went to a rally and he walked in and there was a gun. There were guys with machine guns following him behind him. Now,
that is almost certainly not true because he would have been arrested. And where would they have gotten this machine guns? And what rally are you talking about? Because then you would have been able to produce a document of some kind about. She's literally trying to convince us that Umar could have gone to a rally with a bunch of guys with machine guns behind him, and he was going to walk out of there completely free and unharmed. That's not reality. Yeah, he was correct in what he said.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Go ahead.
He has never allowed them to go to anything else. That was an intimidation tactic.
Call police. If we see that the limit is hold up. Be escorted by police. If you're going to serve somebody a paper, bring police. What they going to shoot at the police? Absolutely not. Have an officer or two officers with you. Plan it out. Have a plan. Make sure the cop is off at the specific day. And y'all, if it's in America, if it's locally or whatever, and hand it to them.
She knows how the doors are. You know them right.
See, he gave a very logical thing to do. Just get an off-duty police officer or two, come and help you deliver it, and now she's making up some bullshit excuse about doors. I do agree. He is funny. To me, he is funny, but I understand how people is, I do understand how some people could be offended by what he does, but he is funny to me. Is this a breakout episode where we get receipts? Nope. No, we'll get that in Neverbember. Neverbember is when we'll get that. Whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that.
Doors are heavy and they're thick. So we were like watching.
Right, Miss Independent. That's why I said, it's a matter of opinion. And, even though I find him funny, I can completely respect and understand how, his conduct could upset you. And, I respect that. Oopsies. Crap.
Can't they just go in there and, kind of like the police won't go up in there and just they can't do it because he has rights.
I have to ask this question. Siobhan.
Yes, sir.
I got to ask this question. Now, I know it's not about clout chasing or listen to outsiders or whatever the case may be. But what I like to do is not address every comment that a person has, but just do
what you got to do. Run your show.
Well, set the record straight. So people feel like that if
I get it. I can understand. I've heard people say that, if you when I understand when there's like large audiences and such like that, and they're all commenting hundreds of percent of the time, I can understand why someone's like, hey, can't get to every comment. But I feel like a lot of people just don't actually make an effort to get people's comments made. And that's what I try to do here. I try to get everybody's comments heard because, why not? I know I can't get to everyone. I miss sometimes, but, make a concentrated effort to hear everybody. That's the way I think it should go.
He was the tech.
Oh, also, I think moderators, when you have moderators, I think they should have the ability to highlight a comment or two, or suggest it to the YouTuber, I'm just saying, those are my thoughts when it comes to letting people, getting to everybody's comments. I mean, make a conservative effort too.
Would you go back?
I'm in a relationship. The person I was on FaceTime with when I was taking care of his mother the last 2 times, me and you already talked about this.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
They know how the house look and everything. I'm not going. Come on, man. I would never go back to that ever.
Right.
My mama raised a better woman than that.
Let me ask you, T. Now, when
I don't understand how people are like, he's this big celebrity and irresistible. Did you not just see this damn house?
They want to ask you.
But he's not in that house most of the time. See, the thing is, he took millions of dollars and he spends those millions of dollars being anywhere but that house. So I don't really understand your point. I could understand the point. And even if he lived in that type of house, that wouldn't necessarily mean you're not a millionaire. Plenty of people have argued that it's a good strategy to live in dilapidated, rundown places while you actually have millions of dollars, because then nobody will actually know that you're rich if you blend amongst the poor. So I get what she's trying to say, but at the same time, it's built on the premise that just because you're rich, you're going to live somewhere nicer, and that's not always true. Sometimes they deliberately live in horrible, rundown places wearing baggy clothes and such like that because they literally don't want you to know that they're rich and famous, that they're rich. He's irritable to her. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, exactly. That's the crazy part.
Dude, they want to ask people like, what did y'all find appealing and attracting about Umar Johnson?
I didn't find him.
I'm wondering that too, because he was in his 50s and he's nearing 60s. So I don't understand why these women, Lanae, I kind of understand because she's within that age group, but the other women, that I don't understand. Like on one hand, I don't understand. I do wonder where all that money goes. Oh, you do understand that Umar is fat as shit, right? That's where it goes. If you ever want to know where all that donation money went, just pop up over on Umar's video, stare right into the endless abyss he calls a stomach, and that's exactly where it went. Because you got to think, he wasn't spending on anything like a hotel or he was spending in time in hotels. Possibly using substances. I know he was using some sort, and then just traveling the world. That's where it all went to. And then when it dried up, he would just stay over at his mom's house and wait for the crowd, or hang out at FDMG making videos, pretending everything has progress, and then he would be demanding that people give him money, and then once the money stuff filled up, he'd go out into the world and travel again. That's where it went. She does, and obsessively so.
He laid down and
I think it was really the sex appeal. Like after you had sex with him, it was just all over the place. Couldn't think straight. That's my opinion, but
I feel in the way she's kind of right, not appeal, but I'm saying once I came out for 4 years being like
yeah. The text messages say otherwise.
On the porch, not celibate because that's tied more to it. I just decided I want to work on things. I want to focus. So when I came off, that was the person I laid with. I made that choice after investing 4 months and talking to him and everything. Once I met him the first time, I was like,
when does talking to someone for 4 months equal that you sleep with them? I don't understand that logic. You talked to him, you invested 4 months talking, and then when you meet in person, it's just like that. Sleepy. But I don't, that's essentially what I'm hearing. Oh, well, you've already been talking for 4 months, so you might as well do it. That's I mean, when you have millions of dollars that you've taken from the community and you can fly around everywhere, you kind of don't need a car, really.
fuck, he's a damn YN. I got to rock with it. Because I had already laid down with him, I was like, well, I'm going to rock with it a little bit. But I'm not looking for a husband, no way. This is what's going through my mind. I'm like, not looking.
Yeah, except he wasn't interested in marriage to begin with. There was literally nothing to make you think he wanted to marry you. So you bringing up how you didn't want to be married or anything like completely irrelevant.
For a husband, no way. I only come out here when I need to, kind of like get knocked off. And that's what it is. I go home, I can focus on the job and everything else. I'm not
for the slowies in the back. What made you speak out? What was the specific moment that made you decide to speak publicly about your experience? Like, what was the final incident? Was it about his mother, or was it about how he treated you? What was that defining moment? Take us through those steps.
It was a collection of things. It was a collection of things. I can deal with how he treats, how he was treating me, but it was a collection of things.
He was ignoring you, and there is no standards. That's the thing. But here's the thing I want, and here's what I want people to kind of think about. When he paid the phone, here's what I want people to kind of think about this for a second. When you think about what she's saying, she's literally saying she was just there. Oh man, she's contradicting her narrative again, because now she's saying she was only there to get knocked down, as she puts it, and that was the only value at the time. But we know from text messages that Umar wasn't doing it. He did it maybe one time, maybe I could even grant maybe 2 times, but eventually he started to say no. But she's trying to say that was, how do people follow through this? I'm starting to lose brain cells like everyone else is saying. YN. Yeah, gross.
But the straw that broke the camel's back was the privacy thing. See, he's private. That's one of the things that kind of linked us. I'm very private. I don't care about what you find out. I just want you to know the proximity that you are to me. He's very private. His privacy is a little bit different. He invaded my privacy.
No, you invaded his.
And I know people don't really understand that, but I wasn't on the net.
What do you mean by invading your privacy?
I wasn't on the net nowhere. I had a whole Instagram page. I wasn't out here posting cars and taking pictures out to eat and stuff. I'm not an internet person.
You were on Instagram. You are on YouTube. And you're having a YouTube live streaming interview, and you're not an internet person. Right. Do you even know where you are right now?
But I've come out and I've gotten back on it because my whole thing is to get off of the internet completely and go off the grid.
Then why do you have a YouTube channel? Why are you posting things on social media? These are the opposite things to someone who wants to get off the internet completely. If you want to get off the internet completely, delete your YouTube. Delete anything that would make anybody want to see you on the internet. Delete your Instagram. Delete everything. Smash your phone. That is what gets you off the internet. That's what gets you off the grid. Not stay on my phone, make Instagram profiles, and get on YouTube and make comments and fight with content creators and fight and get on interviews. That's not getting off the internet. What? I have never met an internet person. I've met people who've told me they don't believe in the internet, and that's fine. But I've never met somebody so devoted to stay on the internet to tell me with such conviction that the last thing they want to do is be on the internet. It's unbelievable.
Love my privacy. I don't want no clout.
Fucking fly.
Didn't have it. There's no.
You don't want clout, but you have. You don't want clout, but you have a freaking YouTube. You don't want clout, but you have a YouTube account. You have an Instagram account. You are literally going on interviews again. And before that, you were on nothing but interviews. But you don't want clout. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
IG page that's from years ago. My kids are little. There's nothing else because I don't.
It's private to prove she was trustworthy. But
now I have to be fair. I gotta be fair because me and you, the last interview we did was like a good year or two.
But here's the crazy thing, academic. It actually turns out through recent, which you can find on Money Boy Trey's channel, you can actually find out she was spilling the beans even before giving up, because she showed us on her end. Well, actually, no. So you can find it on Money Boy Trey's channel, first half of the video. Then you can ironically find Lanae's channel with her video, and she actually shows she was talking to Umar well into June, which was in the time space that she supposedly comes out and says, "Hey, I'm not with Umar anymore. He's a screwed up individual. Hear my story. I've got so much info on Umar." She was still talking to him. Albeit he was ignoring her, but she was still talking to him. So she didn't even wait until she didn't even give up even when she was doing that.
Some time ago. Now, to be fair, to play devil's advocate, you still put videos out on them now on your Instagram, and can you address?
Yeah, I'm all over the net now.
But you hear? She's all over the net now. You're all over the net, the very net you say you don't want to be on, and he just pointed out you're still actively on social media making videos. But you're not, but you want to lay low. You want to get off the internet entirely. Who's holding you hostage? Who is saying, Lanae Stacks, you are not allowed to leave the internet under any circumstances? Who's forcing you? No one. So you're doing it of your own volition. You're lying so much you don't even know what the truth is. She wanted to get clout. Exactly. Laying low left a long time ago. Exactly. Why did that rhyme so well, though?
That's the shit that he was talking about when he was sitting with his back against the brick when he was trying to expose your treasure box down there.
Oh, with the stanky coochie.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen. If you, and I'm not going to go into anything that's private. For one, you should never speak on another woman's body. That's just off top, especially not a woman that has wiped your mother's, bottom. But that's.
It's called freedom of speech. He can talk about anything. I don't know where you think you can dictate what other people can talk about, but you can't. It's not how it works. Yeah, it's embarrassing, but I mean, when you open the topic, it's no one's fault but yours.
just off top. But the other thing is he knew how I kept and how I felt about my body. He thought the one thing he could attack is my body, how I keep my body. Why would you put a chick that can't wash her ass?
You are the one who's sending him pictures of your elbow, of your booty. I mean, you're the one who degraded your body. You sent him booty pics and you sent him, I guess we call that elbow pics. So if anyone's degrading their body, it's you. I don't understand how that we can get by a whole year without talking about our bodies. Stop the madness. I'm just saying. Yeah. So I'm just saying, don't claim that somebody's degrading you when you're sending photos to degrade yourself.
Ass properly in there to wash your mother's ass. He knows how I keep my body. So this stanky coochie shit don't work. He also knows, he don't know, but he's not the only man I've ever been with. I've been in a long-term, I was in a relationship 10 years before him. Well, before that 4 years, but that's childish. That's what his brain, his maturity level is on.
And yet you want to keep talking about it. Yeah, they call this trapping. Exactly.
As far as me messing with any of his financial records, no. He could have had, because of my job position, he could have had me in prison.
No, he couldn't have. There's literally nothing he could have done to send you into prison, except for if something had happened when he left you in charge and you had been gone out of the store. Because there was a point in time where she mentioned, and Trey caught this, where she said she went to the store and left the mom alone. And if something had happened to the mom, then yeah, he could have pressed charges because he hired you to take care of his mom. But that would have been only because you left the house. If something were to have happened and they couldn't find that you were a personal fault due to your actions, you'd be fine because you can't be reported to HIPAA. You're not a licensed nurse. So they would have to find some intentional neglect or otherwise some way to say that this could have been prevented had you done something better. And even in that event, what are you complaining about? That would have been your fault anyway.
Lost my clearance, I could have went to prison.
Lying again about her job.
That uses their mouth recklessly.
Especially the job that you have now. So that's a no-brainer. You probably would have went to jail.
Uh-huh.
I said the job that you have now, that definitely would have been a no-brainer. You would have been
the job that we can't confirm, the job that she did not tell us was an IRS. It was an IRS clerk. The job that she said she worked for 12 years, but she's only been there from 2019 to, and even if we were to say she still works now, which highly doubtful that she does, she would still not be there for 12 years. So her job is not that important, believe me.
They would have came and got me. I would have went straight to the pen.
Yeah, they definitely.
I've worked all federal jobs. I worked one job as a state, but I've been a federal employee for like 12. I'll be coming up on 13 years.
Well, yeah, academic. There's a reason her resume's in the toilet now, because everybody knows her now. She's too well known on the internet, and she'll forever be too well known on the internet, which is exactly why you don't tell people your real name, why you don't show your face on the internet. You give very little, if no details as possible, except for maybe details that could literally apply to millions of other people. Like I told you, I'm a college student. Okay, millions of college students around the country. That's it. That's all I've told you. So you have to keep her. Sweaty elbow. Yeah, keep your online life separate from your real life. Don't let nobody know your name. Don't let nobody see your face. Very simple rules, and you'll be fine. But she doesn't have a future for a job anymore. All she can do now is try to clout chase, but unfortunately for her, she's not Umar. She's not smart enough to steal millions of dollars. 100%. Stay as anonymous as you can. 100%.
Once I get a couple more years, I'm retired. I'm going off the grid, baby. But
yeah, she'll become an elbow model for the they'll pay her to be in elbow commercials.
Why would you go to jail for the non-certified nursing?
You said what now?
For the non-certified nursing, you would have went to jail for what?
For him saying that I went into his finance, he went and said I went into his financial his bank account.
For me, oh well.
Bank account. And if you knew what I did for a living, that would like that would
no, for sure. Ass when I went to jail. So I got like 3 more questions for you, but Siobhan, and it's gonna be for both of y'all. But I mean, let me go to T.
You got bad listening skills.
Huh?
Okay, go ahead.
Now
she just literally pulled. I don't know if that was meant for the host or if that was meant for Charmaine, but that was a pretty, subtle remark. You have bad listening skills. Yeah, your last name is very important.
Now listen.
No, T, I said go ahead.
Now T. Now with your sister. Now your sister. All right. Now when she got there, right? She targeted him at the end of the day. What was the reason why she targeted him? Like to get at him, and you know what I'm saying? Because that's basically what happened. So, and do you feel she's covering up? Like you told me over the phone.
I don't think she targeted him. I think she's not targeting him at all. I think that once she started to see what was going on, she started to gather evidence. But I don't think it was like a target. Also,
what are you talking about? She admitted on live, albeit accidentally, that she actually chased after Umar. Because remember, when she tried the first time, Umar said no. So that means the only way she could still have done it again is if she tried again, which means that is targeting. But I get it. That's her sister. She's trying to defend her. I get it. But still, it doesn't change the fact that if you try to get with someone, they tell you no the first time, and you try any more attempts, regardless if it succeeds or fails, you are targeting them.
I'm not even really sure on whether the relationship started off sexual for her to have like some type of vendetta against him because of that, or I'm just not sure. I'm not sure why she was. I'm not independent. I don't know.
I mean, because you want to expose your sister for lying. So
last name is different.
Originally
Good.
Targeted him for the treatment of his mother, but then I'm guessing it turned into like a mixture of things as well, like the mother emotions and stuff as well.
Was she hired to be a caregiver? Or
yeah. She was hired.
No means hell no in Umarian. Very true.
Me be a caregiver. Like I'm thinking the same thing happened with her. Like they started a relationship, then he began to trust her, and then he allowed her in. It was like the same type of thing. Like he'll have sex with his employees, then allow them in his house because they're already coerced and manipulated and lust up. You know what I'm saying? Then it'll be easier for them to overlook what they really need to see.
Was she paid hourly, daily, or weekly?
She was paid daily. Like for one day she get paid like $350. One time she got paid $750. Now I do remember for that payment specifically, I thought that was hush money, but I'm thinking that she stayed there for 2 days and then braided her hair or something.
Where do you establish hush money? I mean, the only way that could be called hush money is if you're telling them, hey, I don't want you to be my employee anymore, so don't tell anybody you were here. There's the hush money. That's great money. Oh, yeah. But then you wind up with a Stormy Daniels situation, though. So it only works for so long. Or right now, where they're trying to expose you. So in my view, hush money never works.
Bird got 750, but some of that money may have been hush money.
And I'm glad you said something about the hush money. So why would it be hush money? Because he know he was having sex with a younger female. What's the hush money about? Or the hush?
The hush money was more so about his environment, his housing, the way he was subjecting his mother, the things that he was subjecting his mother
what
to.
What a job can a lady get that pays daily vary rates?
Come back to you, right? Siobhan, did he pay you hourly, daily, or weekly? And did he try to pay you hush money as well? Siobhan?
No, he couldn't. No, I did. I did get paid. I got paid $1,200 every time I sat with her.
Dang.
Wait a minute. Why would he pay? See, that doesn't make any sense. So if she was paid $1,200 every time, why would it only be $350 or $750 for the younger females? I don't. Now, mind you, we can't trust Lanae's word for anything, but why? I don't understand why. I'm calling for 5 days. I don't know. That doesn't sound, it's incoherent at the very least. It's incoherent. See, this, I knew it. It didn't sound right. So she had actually, so she's just making up figures. And, thinking about it a little bit more, she probably said 1,200 to make herself sound more important. Yeah, jobby job. I guess that's the narrative the sister is saying, but the problem I have with that narrative is, if that's true, then why is her sister talking about it? Why is she in the interview at all? If she wasn't involved, if she wasn't there, because isn't the goal meant to like love for sale? Because isn't the goal supposed to be about if she wasn't involved and she didn't take part in any of the caretaking, why is this sister supposedly there? Like, she wouldn't know anything. She wouldn't have any involvement. So she had to have been there or been taking part of some sort for her to have any relevance in the discussion. Because otherwise we would be like, hey, Williams, good to see you. Because otherwise, why would they even want to talk to you? You're not there. You didn't get involved with Umar at any point, so you wouldn't know anything. Everything would just be based on what your sister is saying. And if that is what is happening, that it's based on what her sister is saying, then that means that anything on her side is hearsay based upon hearsay. So she's even less credible than Lanae, and that's a pretty low bar.
Damn. Okay. So was it for a week? Like, what was that like?
And then I'm also missed days of work. I missed days of work for days that for him lying. Like you say, he needed me on certain days. I put it in, at the time setter. I put it in my time in, and then it was like, oh well, I'm gonna have the other nurse keep her, and I was like, okay, cool, dope.
Right.
I just stopped getting emotionally involved because he was using it when he found out I got attached to.
Well, that's actually a good point. Yeah, you can't be less credible than that. Good point, Independence. I don't think really wanted her help for her son. She used to be I'm going off the grid. I don't think she wanted help for her son. She used it as an excuse. Yeah, that's basically it. It was an excuse.
Mother, he was like, well, he was trying to use that to be a bargaining tool. I took sex off the table. I have the text message.
So she lost entire days of work in a federal job, and we're supposed to believe she was able to keep that job. I get it if this was like a Walmart job or something like that, because who cares? But even though it's one of the lowest possible places in the hierarchy, it's still a federal job. IRS clerk is still a federal job. I imagine they're very strict about missing work. Yeah, it does.
I took that off the table. I was there for her only. And then something happened. He started getting vicious.
Yeah, that's what happened to my sister too.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think she could.
In March, that was not the end of our relationship by any means.
What was the end?
I just did a video on that.
Expound on that. Since
it wasn't clear up till like June, July. June.
And you were speaking to Lennon supposedly behind Umar's back in June. So that means you were lying to all of YouTube when you said you were done, and that you were trying to come out to get justice for what Umar did to you, because you're saying you were still talking to him by that point, which none of YouTube knew until about 6 months later, when we have to discover the truth through an anonymous tip. Go ahead and write a cardboard sign now. Exactly.
July. It didn't stop in the text message. They think they put something together.
No, independent. She'll have to borrow the sign to have a sign. That's how bad it'll be. She'll be too poor for cardboard. They'll be like, she'll be saying, I'm poor, folks. I can't afford that good quality cardboard. Oh, she's live now.
Together. That's why I wanted the other girl here, because there are other women that are behind me that have had experience. I never smelled them, but this other girl said that he smelled like boo-boo once. And I was like, well, I didn't never smell him. But I did, like, go jump in the shower before, you just came from the airport. Go get in the shower, whatever. But the other thing was they experienced things I never experienced. I wanted to ask her sister some questions because they feel like it's something, because there's a bunch of text messages. I wanted to ask her about stonewalling, if he does the timeout thing with her. Like, he'll put you in timeout. He won't block you.
So he put you in timeout?
Timeout? How are you going to put an adult in timeout? Oh, yeah. Don't go. Hey, and guys, don't worry. It's a little late for me to do it now, so we're just going to try and wrap up this video, but I can promise you tomorrow and I'll schedule it, so don't worry. I'll probably handle it. If not tomorrow, since it's Friday, definitely Saturday, but I will schedule it when I determine whether I can do it Friday or Saturday, but we'll react to it. Don't worry.
Siobhan, what? Explain that.
If I do something wrong or he don't like, he'll put you in time.
No, that's just
You'll be texting yourself, and you won't know it because he does that. He gets so many text messages. Your text, you can text him something important. You have to keep texting for it to pop up, and he'll see it. I know how his phone go off because he's been asleep with the phone on.
Time.
Yeah, a few hours notice.
All right,
I'll definitely do that.
Specific. Timeout is ignoring you, not just putting you in timeout like a little child.
You don't even know you being ignored. You just like he just ignored you. He did it to all of us women.
All right, so the question that you wanted to ask me.
You're blocked. You like, okay, am I blocked? Do I need to set up a doctor's appointment? What are we doing? and then he'll pop back up on the scene like ain't nothing happened. He's weird. That dude he's weird.
I know.
Now, do you want to ask T the questions you wanted to ask Mia? And then I want y'all to get into the psychology of him, far as his schizophrenic, like real mean and bipolar antics. He have those moments where you don't know if he's gonna flip out or whatever. Can you expound on that?
Me?
Believe. Yeah, it is. The interview is terrible.
Yeah. Did your sister ever tell anything? Like mention any kind of bipolar?
Oh, yeah, she did. Like one time when she didn't come in the house and he was like, "Oh, you didn't give me a hug. You're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to go." Stuff like that. Or like she'll say things like he was very demanding. Like when she wouldn't do things like respond back to his text message, she wanted him to. He'll say, "No, just stay the way I want."
You know, it's so funny that she says that because we've only seen him ignoring people. We haven't really seen him yell at people for not responding to him.
I want you to stay here, or just say yes, just say like this. And she was just saying that he was like very like his reality was distorted, and that
Yep, and will tell you I'm sitting up here watching you on the camera and you're ignoring my calls, and I'm like, I'm not ignoring your call.
So he watches y'all on the camera. There's a camera in the crib, and he watches exactly what goes on inside the house.
Yeah, my sister would say
it's a few cameras in.
She said she would see the light beeping when he would be watching her, so she'll know when he'll be watching. Yeah. Like, did you feed my mom this? Did you feed my mom that? Or did you give her enough water this day? You didn't give her enough water, but she was just saying like sometimes you can't force them to drink the water because you can only just hope they will. But like she was just like underneath a lot of stress because she lacked experience.
Right, and she's not a licensed caregiver anyway, so he just gave her a crash course to just like
all non-licensed caregiver because it seems to work.
Yeah, it seems to work like that. So he
did your sister have a care plan, a meal plan, or anything like that?
No. Like for her? Oh, for her, yeah, she did.
Oh, for the mother?
Yeah, for the mother, yes.
I didn't get that. Did she get an emergency contact if she couldn't get in touch with him?
No.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Now,
them are the things I'm worried about.
Also, I know she was saying that he was living there, but Umar doesn't live there because every time Tamia would be there, he would say that he had somewhere to be for that week, or he was always in a hotel room. I just know he's not subjecting himself to staying there.
That's
he's normally not there to even take care of his mother. This is why
very unsuccessfully.
Right. So he just come in
with shacked up with a chick or something or at a hotel room, but that's fucked up, man.
How is it any of your business though? That's none of your business as long as it's legal, consensual, and he's not raping nobody. That's nobody's business.
Terrible.
It's crazy. Now before we continue, and we're gonna end this because you said something about his mental state bipolarness. Give me some examples of what you mean by that. Siobhan.
He's out of shit. His shit don't fire in a row. Something's wrong with him. I asked him when he came from Atlanta after that wreck, I said, are you autistic? I just asked him.
And that right there will be enough to make me be angry because that right there pisses me off because if you don't know what autism is or how it works, or and you're not medically qualified to diagnose someone as autistic, then shut the fuck up. Seriously. I don't usually cuss all that much, but seriously, shut the fuck up. Because you have no idea how much I've noticed, and I'm not entirely happy about it, but that is enough to draw out the anger in me, to finally get emotional and say fuck you, because I can tolerate a lot of things. You can curse at me all day, you can yell at me all day, you can tell me this, you can lie to me, whatever, you do whatever, but when you start mocking my disability and pretending like you're the expert and talking as if you have the right to tell me what I know and what I don't know about my disability, and to try to equate my disability to other people that you don't know have my disability. That's when I personally and utterly say, fuck you. And I mean it with every syllable and every fiber of my being.
Because I was starting to pick things up about him like he was like a robot. And I was just like, you very different. You're real animated online.
Exactly.
People think they know
Exactly.
who he is from online. He is nothing like that in person.
But I can verify that he had
Nothing like
him. You said you wanted to know if my sister ever smelled him. She was saying that his feet had fungus on it, and that it smelled.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly, independent. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons I don't like her personally. She thinks, and you'd think, because she always says, I have an autistic kid. Okay, so then you should understand the stigmatization. You should understand the harsh reality we live in. You should understand how difficult it is. But instead you use it as a weapon. I don't have a disability, you do. Ha 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 ha. That's her mentality.
So that's true too.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's true. But see, I'm gonna have to play devil's advocate. But y'all was loving on it though. So I don't want to make it seem like we just ganging up on Dr. Umar. I have to look at it from both ends now. But y'all was loving on him.
Yeah, I get you.
Still texting, even though it still came around. We have to be fair across the board.
Well, he is manipulative.
Nobody is saying that. I got things
Exactly.
about me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Nobody's saying that. All of that stuff is when it comes to the major stuff, the good does not outweigh the bad. That's the whole thing. Like they're focused on tech, so we're talking about bed sores. Like your mother,
I don't understand why y'all always want to talk about that. I know y'all want a little spicy stuff, but I think we spicy up enough.
My mind, you know the crazy shit that just came in my head. How is it, and no disrespect to the family, how is it that the internet is doing more or care more? Oh my God, how I'm gonna word this more than the family?
Maybe independent. Maybe
it's on view. The family does things offline.
I don't doubt it, academic. I don't doubt it.
Because you never know how they really feel. They may not really even want to take this lady in. You know, or they may not have been really taking care of her properly when they did have her, because I believe my sister said he took her from out of the family's home. You know what I'm saying? Something about like that.
No, that's not true. He took her to his sisters. He took her to his sisters for a moment. He let the sister keep her for a moment, but this was years ago. He kicked them out of the house all over a hamburger.
Over a hamburger. You really expect us to believe that they were kicked out over a hamburger? Granted, we don't know the entire situation, and we probably never will, because that's a private matter. But the public, there are certain things that not right. Exactly. And there are certain things that the public is just not going to believe without evidence. You know, this is equivalent to someone telling me I didn't stab a person with the knife, they walked into the knife. And even if that were to have happened, guess what? No one will believe you. You know why? Because you can't prove it. So it doesn't matter if it did or didn't happen that way. We don't know, and we can't prove, therefore we don't believe you. Yeah, well, you know, I got to be honest. Initially, I felt like both of them had to have been there, because then I'm not understanding what the woman's relevance is. But even if I'm wrong and she actually wasn't there, it just makes me even more confused, because I don't see her relevance in this at all. They all are.
Brother, and them out of the house and made them homeless because his mom wanted a hamburger and he didn't want her to have a hamburger.
I have a question. Remember when he mentioned having a nursing aide when you went out to dinner with him or something that you said he had to get back home because he had to get back to the nursing aide or something like that? Were you able to verify that nursing aide existed? Because I think that he may be just making this stuff up.
Yeah, because I feel I don't, because this is my issue. If only one of the sisters was there and only one of them was participating and was there and doing things, why are they both talking? Because only one would have any stake in the game, the other one would not. So if she wasn't there, she has no business, and then she's not involved, and therefore she's just going by hearsay of what her other sister said, which doesn't have any weight.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Trying to extend time, stating that certain things are happening between times and blaming certain sores or certain treatments of his mother on different people, because I think he may be the one subjecting his mother to that treatment.
We know of one place that used to have the care, and I'm not going to announce it. We know of one agency that had the care, but we're going to work on that and look into that. Because here's the thing with all of this. If he's saying he gets paid to take care of her.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's not being taken care of, then that falls in a different category. You know what I'm saying? That money is not being used properly.
Right.
And you can dictate what someone does with their money when? Oh, right, IRS clerk. Okay. Still doesn't tell you what they can use the money for. It's not even his money. Let's be clear about this. This is donation money we're talking about. So technically, it's not even his to begin with. He doesn't work a job. No, he's not. He's not. He doesn't. He's not. I mean, he did put some pushback and he did reveal some things, but all in all, he's not that great.
And so what is it going toward? You know, is he overpaying his nurses?
Go ahead.
What is the money going towards? Because my sister said he doesn't even own anything, no assets. So
she's seen it. Them African artifacts, that stuff costs bank.
But just to put them
the Nike Air Maxes, all them damn Air Maxes and shit up in there, the hotels, the car rentals, overpay. He's an emotional spender. So when he goes to the grocery store,
he's not spending it on any of his own money though. So I don't think there's a whole lot of emotion into it. His mindset is, if I can con you out of money, then I can take whatever, and I have the money, then I can spend it on anything I damn well want. So that's not really an emotional spender. That's I'm just gonna live life as long as I can spend it attitude, not emotion.
He got like 5 bags of garlic, peeled garlic in there, and none of the stuff matches.
So
none of that stuff in that house for her to eat matches.
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. While you were around him, did you ever see any evidence of the donations that people sent, like him, for the school project, or hear him talk about the funds?
Oh, gotta get my regular earbuds. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, wait. Hold on, guys. Just got to connect my earbuds. Okay, once my earbuds get set back on. Come on, come on. Will this just hurry up? Come on now. Sorry, guys, just connecting my earbuds.
Like, did he mention like plans?
The heck? Oh, it's not connected for whatever reason. Something's going on with my earbuds tonight.
That he had for the
What the heck?
school, because you see him spending a lot of.
God, come on, man. It's supposed to connect, and it's not connecting.
The money on a lot of this African little trinkets and charms and stuff like that. But was he ever speaking about his plans as far as the school is concerned?
Umar don't need to be in the school.
I never talked to him about the school because he didn't like talking about the school.
And those are signs. And that's what
Yes,
makes
they are.
everything by being there that long. But now I do understand, as far as the mother is concerned, that she has to get out of there because he's literally like having his mother as a fucking prisoner. That's what I see. She's a prisoner in her.
Yeah.
If he could subject his mother to these treatments, why would?
Well, guys, so this is what we'll do, because my earbuds are actually acting up right now. What we'll do is, and I've been doing this for about 5 hours now. So what we'll do is this: I'll save the amount of time that we actually need to do to finish this up, and so tomorrow or whatever time frame in which I get back on, we'll basically reconnect. And so either tomorrow or Saturday, I'll put up a schedule, and that's when we'll get back on live, and we'll essentially finish up what's being said here, and then we'll hop over to where Lanae is doing her other thing, and then and that's what we'll do today. Thanks, academics, and thank you all for showing up. I just want to say thank you all for showing up, and thank you for anybody who commented. It was a great night. It was a great 5 hours. Lady Luck, I want to just say to you, you don't deserve the slander that Lanae is casting on you. You're not the only one that she's doing it to. So, just keep your head up. Lanae's just Lanae, and she's just gonna burn herself out to oblivion as she crashes on YouTube. So I wouldn't take what she does too seriously. Everyone pretty much doesn't like Lanae anyway online anymore. For everybody else, thank you all for showing up, and I will do a notification. I absolutely will, because I understand that now. So just keep your head up. We'll see you guys again either tomorrow or the next day, and we'll catch up then. Later.